Hi, good morning, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. It's October 10th, 2018. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing held, Associate Counsel Marsico, and myself, Secretary Donahue. Some housekeeping measures. If you have a cell phone, please silence it, and if you have a call, please take it outside. The items will be heard in the order they are called in for the most part. We're going to have a matter from counsel's office here first, and then two matters involving interpreters. Then we'll go to Buffalo, Albany, and then back to New York City. As your item is called, please approach the podium and speak clearly into the microphone because that's how we're recording the proceedings. The next meetings of the authority are October 24th, November 6th, which is a Tuesday, November 20th, which is also a Tuesday, and then December 5th and 19th, which are Wednesdays. Chairman, do you have anything?
No.
All right. So we're going to proceed first with a request from counsel's office for a summary suspension order. It's item 2076B, Mazza Restaurant, Inc.
Good morning, members. Stephen Armstrong appearing on behalf of counsel's office in support of the summary suspension of the premises known as Mazza Restaurant, located at 95 Gramerton Avenue in Mount Vernon, New York. The incident matter is a shooting that occurred outside the licensed premises on the morning of October 4th, 2018. This is last Thursday. The shooting was following an altercation between two patrons and security guards at the premises. The Mount Vernon police investigation is still ongoing. They've been reluctant or unwilling to share specific details about this investigation to this point. You may have noticed that the police report for the incident cuts off. That's because they would only send us the first page of the report. But what we do know from the police reports we do have from speaking with a Mount Vernon police lieutenant yesterday morning is that Mount Vernon police received a 911 call at approximately 2:30 a.m. on the morning of October 4th regarding a fight in progress in front of Mazza Restaurant. Police arrived soon after that at approximately 2:33 a.m. Upon arrival, there was no activity at the location. Whatever fight had triggered the 911 call had already ended. And immediately after arriving, the Mount Vernon police received a second dispatch regarding a 911 call for shots fired at the intersection of Gramerton Avenue and East Sydney Avenue. This is the closest intersection to Mazza. It's located approximately 100 feet from the front door. Police officers immediately went to this intersection, but by the time they got there, any persons who may have been involved in a shooting had already left the scene. Police canvassed the area around the intersection and found two .308 caliber shell casings in the street at the intersection. And while Mount Vernon police were canvassing the intersection, Yonkers police officers pulled over a car for speeding and driving erratically. Upon stopping the vehicle, police observed a passenger inside the vehicle who appeared to have suffered a gunshot wound to the forehead. Both the driver and the passenger were highly intoxicated. The passenger was immediately taken by ambulance to a hospital. He was found to have suffered a gunshot wound to the face. The bullet, fortunately, did not pierce his skull. It became embedded in his nasal cavity. He's still in the hospital recovering from serious, though not life-threatening injuries. After taking the passenger to the hospital, the driver was brought to the Mount Vernon police for questioning. The driver told Mount Vernon police that he and the victim had been drinking at Mazza Restaurant in Mount Vernon beginning at approximately 11:50 p.m. At some point, they got into an altercation with Mazza security guards in front of the bar, but the driver couldn't remember anything beyond that. He was, again, highly intoxicated. Now, we are, at this point, to some extent working in the dark, but I think from the timeline, it's reasonable to infer that the shooting was connected to the altercation that the victim and the driver had with the security at Mazza. We know that Mount Vernon police got a 911 call about a fight in progress in front of Mazza at approximately 2:30 a.m. By the time police arrived, again, it's within 2 or 3 minutes of receiving the 911 call, the fight had already ended. As soon as they arrived, they received notice of a second 911 call regarding shots fired at the intersection, which, again, less than 100 feet from the location. And we know that at 2:43 a.m., which is less than 15 minutes after Mount Vernon police received the initial 911 call regarding the fight in front of the location, Yonkers police pulled over the victim and the driver. And while the driver's account is lacking in detail, it does fit within this timeline. Now, putting this specific incident to the side, this location is a trouble spot for the Mount Vernon police. The police lieutenant I spoke to yesterday morning told me that this is the #1 problem place in Mount Vernon. I attached a summary of the police activity at the location. The licensee was issued in July of 2016, and For the first year, there were very few issues with the location, but beginning in July of 2017, as you'll see in the report, the location became a major drain on police resources. And since July of 2017, there have been approximately 170 directed patrols at the location. In the same time period, more than 50 911 calls, many of those related to fights or disorderly crowds at or in front of the location. And what's particularly troubling when you look at the activities summary is that the problem seems to be getting worse. The licensee has had charges pending with the SLA since March. Hearings on those charges concluded last week. And it does not appear that these charges have had any effect on the problems at the location. Mount Vernon is unfortunately a high crime area, and the fact that despite this larger crime problem, despite the lack of police resources in the community, the fact that the Mount Vernon Police Department still feels the need to devote so many resources to this single location, I think speaks volumes about the problem that this location is for the community. And it's a small location. The maximum occupancy is only 48 people. And the fact that such a small establishment is causing so many issues indicates to us that there is something deeply wrong at this location. And because of this, we recommend that this license be summarily suspended pursuant to Section 413 of the State Administrative Procedure Act. Thank you.
Any questions?
Is this supposed to be a restaurant?
Yes, it is.
Has the police department or our agency done an inspection of it?
In two of the police reports, the Mount Vernon police officer notes that they conducted an SLA investigation. I'm not sure what that means. They haven't, at this point, they have not found any issues with the restaurant not serving food when they said they were supposed to.
Did they ever produce a certificate of occupancy?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
I was more interested in the music situation, if there was DJs or.
So in their method of operation, they said they'll only use recorded music. We do, excuse me, we do have testimony from I believe a security guard at the location that they do occasionally use DJs when there are private parties at the location, which they're not supposed to be doing.
Okay.
The two guys who were stopped and one who was shot, who were driving around, did they give any indication at all that they were headed to the hospital, or they're just driving around?
So when I spoke to the police lieutenant yesterday morning, he said that the driver told them that they were going to go to the hospital, but first they wanted to stop and pick up the victim's girlfriend. The police lieutenant seemed very skeptical of the story. I'm not sure what the.
So I have this bullet in my head, but I want to pick up my girlfriend first.
Yes. So.
Okay.
So I know that you said the police department is not really sharing that much information, but is the bouncer or security guard at least being investigated? I mean, is that sort of what we're alluding to? That because if they got into a fight with the bouncer and then separately got shot down the block.
I would assume there's some connection. I don't know, maybe it's possible the bouncer was breaking up an altercation between the victim and someone else, and then that other party was the one who ended up shooting the victim. I'm sure the police are investigating all those possibilities.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
In 2 months, there are 42 direct patrols, 50 911 calls, lots of fights, disorderly crowds, shooting, assault, stabbing, armed robbery, all of the above. The licensee is either disregarding the laws or really unable to resolve the issues of violence that surround this establishment and really is putting the safety of its patrons at risk. It's a drain on Mount Vernon police resource and clearly a threat to public health, safety, and welfare. So I vote to summarily suspend this license.
Commissioner Ford?
Only to add to what Commissioner Fan has already stated, for the same reasons, I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well. Police have gone to the drastic step of setting up a command center in an RV to better monitor premises that has a 48-person capacity. It's obvious it's a drain on police resources, and I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well.
I will as well on the same grounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the second item is a matter we have an interpreter for. It's 2072 Uno Cafe and Billiards.
I'm sorry, what number, Tom?
2072. Over from last meeting.
Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Well, who's the interpreter? Can you just interpret everything? If you need us to go slower, we'll go slower. Pardon me?
I would interpret authority, not the attorney. Can I interpret the attorney also?
Yes, everything that you hear, interpret. The point is that she understands what's happening.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Can you put your name on the record as well?
My name is Edwin, K-E-H.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stacy Weiss for the licensee. My client is currently in default, and I'm here to request that the board vacate the default to start off, if that's possible.
License.
And who's with you, counsel?
Oh, sorry. This is this is Miss Lee. She's the licensee.
Okay.
And then I have Mr. Kim, right, and I have, this is Mr. Miller.
And they are?
Okay, Mr. Kim is, he's the person that was, he was accused of the veiling of the license.
Okay.
And Mr. Miller, he's, wanted to tell him, he's,
Sure,
Yeah.
my name is Sean Miller. I'm a security consultant for Uno Cafe.
he was brought in to help out with some of the issues that the cafe had, that the billiards
Okay.
place had, to correct some of the issues that they had at the place.
Why should we reopen the default? It was delivered, or the notice was left and it was unclaimed.
Well, it was unclaimed at the post office?
Yes.
They never got notice of it. Evidently, the document that they bring to the place was left at the business office, and neither of them saw the notice. Evidently, it was mishandled at the business office, and nobody ever saw it.
Well, it was also sent to her house.
She never got it. It was just never, they have always answered every issue that they ever got. I mean, this was something that they just never saw. I mean, they've always responded to everything that the liquor authority ever sent to them. This was the first time that something was never,
Where does she live?
she lives, well, she lives in two places. She lives both in New York and in,
Well, we didn't send it outside of New York, so where does she live in New York?
what is your address in New York? What is the New York address?
214-32, 43rd Avenue.
That's not the address we have.
And how long has she lived there?
얼마나 몇 년간 사셨어요, 있어요? Only 6 months I have been living there.
And that's why she didn't get it at home.
Because it's different than what we have here, yeah.
You're supposed to change your address, you realize,
They-
with us.
Right, and they just came to me the day before I was here, 2 weeks ago.
I'll send it back to council. I'll send it back to council. There's no evidence this was delivered.
And,
Hold on for a second, Ms. Weiss.
It's up to them. They have to vote too.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll send
fine.
it back to council.
Send it back.
All right, it's been returned to council's office.
and in that case, would this be the proper forum to address CNC if we
It's
brought
been
to-
returned to council's office. You can discuss it with council's office.
Right.
I did.
The CNC, for me, will be cancel and bond, so you're better off talking to council's office.
And would we be able to?
We're going to talk to council's office. That's the end of the case here today. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay, thank you.
all right, you're all done.
All right, thank you. All right, so.
Next time is 1986, Three Star Restaurant, Inc.
1986.
Is this a interpreter too, Tom?
Yes.
Who's the interpreter? Can you put your name on the record? In the microphone.
My name is Francisco Matos. Last name is Matos, M-A-T-O-S. I work for Geneva Worldwide.
Okay.
Good morning, members. My name is Joseph LaCapra. I'm here today representing Three Star Restaurant. It's a new application. With me today is the applicant's president, Henry Reyes, to my left.
Presidente de los aplicantes, Reyes.
Victor.
Gutiérrez. Sí, Gutiérrez mi nombre.
My name is Victor Gutierrez.
What's his name?
Victor Gutierrez. G-U-T.
Okay, who is he?
He's just a friend of Mr. Reyes. He has nothing to do with the
Well, who's the
restaurant.
interpreter here for?
Mr.
Oh.
Reyes.
Oh, well, then talk to Mr. Reyes, not the friend.
He just was identifying him.
Okay, yeah, but he's standing next to the friend. I need him to talk to Mr. Reyes. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, this application was made for a new opening. Apparently, the location had been closed for a period of time.
Esta solicitud se hizo para una reapertura del local, el cual aparentemente estuvo cerrado durante un tiempo.
Mr. Reyes is a longtime community resident. The establishment has been in there for approximately 40 years.
El señor Reyes es un habitante de la zona durante un tiempo. Él ha estado allí unos 40 años.
There's been a number of owners throughout the years which we really have no knowledge of. We do understand from the landlord, who we've worked closely with in this matter, that there was some issues with the prior owner, but that prior owner was successfully evicted,
Por lo que dice,
He was shut down by us.
shut down.
dice el casero, aparentemente hubo un problema con.
So I think at that point, he's easily evicted.
Well, the landlord still had to go through the eviction process.
El cual fue desalojado, pero el casero dice que todavía está en proceso la desocupación del local.
Does Mr. Reyes have any relationship with the previous owners, any of them?
Not,
El señor Reyes tiene alguna relación con el propietario anterior, con alguno de ellos?
No.
No.
Does he have any experience in the restaurant business?
¿Tiene alguna experiencia en el negocio de los restaurantes?
Sí.
Yes.
What?
¿En qué consiste esa experiencia?
He trabajado ahí. Yo trabajo con mi tío el fin de semana.
I've been working with my uncle on
On part-time.
weekends as a part-time worker.
Where?
¿En dónde?
La hacienda. La hacienda.
La Hacienda.
Where's that located?
¿En dónde está?
Huntington Station.
Ah,
110.
At 110 Huntington Station.
He doesn't have any of that down on his employment history. Does he get paid?
Eso no aparece en su historial de empleo. ¿A usted le pagan por ese trabajo?
No.
No.
Yo lo hago nomás para ir aprendiendo el trabajo.
I only do it to get a hang
Experience.
of how this works.
How long has he been doing that?
¿Qué tiempo lleva haciendo esto?
Como un año.
About a year.
Why? How did he find this place?
¿Cómo encontró este lugar?
Como tío mío.
Through an uncle of mine.
Had he ever been in it when it was open before?
¿Usted había estado en el lugar antes de que lo abrieran?
No.
No.
Huntington Station is a small community, and being in the Spanish community there, I think they're familiar with a lot of the, people, the residents that are there, the places that are there, and so on. And I think
Es una pequeña
Mr. Reyes
comunidad.
saw an opportunity to strike out on his own here and try to reestablish this place to go forward as a small restaurant.
Una oportunidad de reabrir el sitio, un pequeño restaurante, en un ambiente familiar.
What's the name of the restaurant again?
¿Cómo se llama?
Three Stars Restaurant
Not
Incorporated.
this one, the one that his uncle owns.
Oh, no,
What's the name?
no este, sino el del cual es propietario su tío. ¿Cómo se llama?
La hacienda.
La Hacienda.
Do we have anything on that? Jackie?
I didn't get an address before. I was trying to look it up by the address, but I'll try to see.
Can we have the address again?
La dirección otra vez.
Address.
La 110.
110.
Así se llama la calle ahí, la 110.
Oh, las calles.
Ajá.
On
New York Avenue. La 110 New York Avenue.
Oh, 110
New York Avenue.
New York Avenue.
New York Avenue?
What town?
Huntington Station.
He only has one restaurant?
¿Solo tiene un restaurante?
Sí.
Yes.
How long has it been around?
How long?
How long has the restaurant been around?
Okay. ¿Qué tiempo lleva el restaurante en operación?
Para el tiempo, no sé qué fecha tiene, pero tiene varios tiempos.
It's been there for a while. I don't know the exact date.
Does the restaurant have a liquor license?
¿Usted tiene, el restaurante tiene una licencia para vender licores? Yes.
This one.
What have you been doing there?
¿Y usted qué ha estado haciendo allí?
Viendo cómo el sistema para aprender.
Taking a look at how things are run there, how things operate, so that I can learn how to operate this kind of business.
And there's outdoor seating here too?
There's a patio that's attached to the building. There's no seating out there right now, but it's zoned for it.
Hay espacio.
What are the hours?
The hours.
Oh,
11 to 11?
¿Cuáles son las horas de operación?
11 to 11?
Las horas que opera el negocio.
11 to 11?
Sí.
¿De qué hora a qué
De
hora?
11 a 12. De 11 a 12.
11
A 11.
de la mañana.
A 11.
11 a.m. to 12 p.m.
And what kind of music is he having?
¿Qué tipo de música ofrece?
Música.
Spanish.
Well recorded? Is he having DJ? Does he have live music?
Es grabada, tienen un DJ, es viva,
No, grabado.
it's recorded.
No DJs, no live music.
No tienen DJ, no tienen música subida de volumen. No.
I'm sorry, you get the hours again?
Díganos
11 to
las
12.
horas otra vez, las
De las
horas
11 a 12.
I think
Is
it's
it 12 or is it 2 a.m.?
11 de la mañana,
A 12.
11 a.m. to 12 p.m.
12 a.m.
12 a.m.
To 12 a.m.
Depende cómo esté la situación.
7 days a week?
7 días a la semana,
6 días.
6 days a week.
6 days a week.
6 days a week.
It's going to be closed one day?
¿Cierran un día?
Sí.
Yes, one day is closed.
So 11 a.m. until midnight.
Desde las 11 de la mañana hasta la medianoche.
Sí, pero los fines de semana.
Desde las 11 de la mañana hasta la medianoche.
Ajá, pero
Desde las 11 de la mañana hasta la medianoche. Yes.
And you close on which day?
Are you speaking the same language he is?
You close on which day?
What day is he closed? They want to know what day he's closed.
¿Qué día están cerrados?
martes.
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays?
Tuesdays.
Is he aware of the history of the other place that we shut?
¿Usted está enterado de lo que sucedió en el otro negocio que fue cerrado?
No.
No.
I would, to add to what the chairman just asked, if we were to approve this, I would ask that you go over this adverse history with him to make sure he understands what was there before and how we're not going to tolerate that going forward.
We have, Commissioner, and I have had
He
extensive...
just told me he doesn't know about
Well,
it.
he doesn't, but I have, because I spoke with the landlord, so I have to sit down with Mr. Reyes to go over everything so he can make whatever corrections, there would have to be done on the premises. A lot of the stuff's been removed, a lot of the old stuff that was there was removed, and he tried to revamp the whole thing. I mean, he's doing a lot of work on his own, obviously, because, funds are not available to do a complete renovation.
Is he going to be there every day?
¿Usted va a estar allí todo el día?
Sí, no todo el día.
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
What are you going to do with the DJ booth that's there?
¿Qué va a hacer con una cabina que hay allí para ser utilizada por el DJ?
No quitarla.
I'm going to get rid of it.
So you're going to give us a new floor plan after you do that?
Yes. He just hasn't had the funds to do that. He's just trying to get everything in line to be able to get the place in operation.
Is he open right now selling food or no?
Yes.
Yes.
¿Usted está abierto en la actualidad y vende comida?
Sí.
How long have you been open?
¿Qué tiempo lleva abierto?
Febrero.
Since February.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, Tom.
Ready to vote, Commissioner
Yes.
Fand?
Yep.
I'm going to vote to approve with the hours 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., closed on Tuesdays, recorded music only, removal of DJ booth, with manager, no security guards.
Que esté abierto de 11 a 12. Con un manager, nada de guardia de seguridad.
Commissioner Ford?
I will vote to approve on the same terms, and again, Mr. LaCapra?
Yes.
That kind of making it incumbent upon you to make sure he understands the history of this place and
Absolutely, Commissioner.
new filing, new floor plan, all that kind of stuff.
I will do so. Yes.
I'm going to vote to approve, but I'm going to add on that there's no DJ, no live music, no use of promoters. I'm not going to require he shuts it on Tuesday, is that? The hours are fine, but if he wants to open on Tuesday later on, I don't want him to get in trouble.
Sure.
So the hours are 11 to 12.
7 days a week.
7 days if he wants, he can shut if he
With
doesn't.
those changes, Commissioner Fand?
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
Yes, sir.
All
Okay.
right.
Congratulations.
Good
Thank
luck.
you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we're going to move now to Buffalo. First item is 1984, Five Star Wine and Spirits, LLC.
Good morning. My name is Joseph A. Matliano on behalf of the applicant.
Hello, I'm Harpreet Singh, the applicant.
Is there any,
Someone move the camera there.
I'm sorry. Am I in?
I'm sorry, just a second, please.
is there any opposition there?
No, there's no opposition present.
We did get one letter.
Maybe move the podium? Which,
I
that's
can.
better. Yeah, there it goes.
All right,
Now we can see
suitable
everybody.
for framing now.
And I do, before you get started, I got a call from Senator Kennedy from Buffalo yesterday indicating to me his support for this application and asked me to pass that along to the other board members for the record.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As noted, we have prepared a letter to the board outlining the reasons we believe that a license should be issued. I can go through it to the board, or if you have any questions concerning it, I can do it that way. Your choice.
You're not going to read it, right?
No, I could.
Yeah, just go through it.
I'll just go through 5 points here, basically. As indicated in the letter, the premises here is accessible by handicap, for handicapped people, as opposed to anyone nearby. In addition, if there were any other requirements required by the ADA or any local municipal law, we would certainly comply with that. Secondly, we have, what we want to do is, the applicant does, have a unique sort of angle here in that there are a lot of distilleries that have opened in Buffalo of late. And we want to take advantage of that and promote that along with New York State wines. And we feel it would be helpful to the community, to the state, that by doing so and making perhaps 20 to 25% of inventory available for local liquors, distilleries, and New York wines, it'll bring something new to the area. We propose to have tastings every other week or so to make that available to the public. And as noted, Buffalo has undergone some tremendous growth of late. We've outlined the articles showing the 1.4% increase in the first 8 months of 2018. We've also pointed to the corporations which are bringing many new jobs here, many people who would like in the area, particularly not far from the applicant's location, to stop on their way home for any liquor needs, for any wine needs. And we anticipate continued growth. We hope Tesla does expand to the anticipated 5,000 jobs in the next 10 years, and we look forward to that. We are located next to a Tops Market. It's a very big supermarket, provides access to people there. They can maybe do one-stop shopping, go to Tops, and go to for beer, go to the liquor store for their wine and or liquor needs. We have Community support, as noted, I did not know about, nor did I think any of you knew. I did not know to this moment that Senator Kenny has joined in the applicant's request here. We have given you the councilman in whose district this is. That's Mr. Fontana, who supports it, a local minister who does an outreach, he too. So we believe that this location will provide unique needed services to the area. Mr. Singh, who's here, is going to devote full time to this business, and we hope, based upon our submission, the exhibits we've attached, that the board would look kindly upon the application and grant the license.
What's he doing different than the other store that's like 2 blocks away?
Well, I think and I can let, go ahead.
The closest store that's nearby, I'm pretty sure they carry less than 1,000 SKUs. Their products are mainly spirits. They are very limited wines. There's a lot of traffic going from downtown to other suburban areas from South Park, and they would have to detour to the right. So there's a lot of products that I would like to carry, especially wines that are not being provided in the nearest 3 stores.
Do you know Miss Kaur, K-A-U-R?
My
Raj
mom's...
Kaur?
Raj Kaur is my grandmother.
So she applied in 2014 for this exact spot, and we denied her for cause.
I thought she withdrew, but I'm not, I wasn't involved with that, but I think Neil knows more about that.
Hi, Neil Weinberg. I'm assisted the applicant in the preparation of the application and submitting it to the board. And I was also involved with that application. I do recall submitting it, but if memory serves me, I believe that was withdrawn, but I know there was no further action taken in that regard.
Well, I got
and that was back to 2000.
I got a decision here that Commissioner Green and Chairman Rosen both voted to deny it, and there's a written decision from August of 2014.
Okay, I
Oh,
apologize.
is she going to have anything to do with this?
No, zero. She was originally the sole member of the LLC that was formed. That's 24 Bailey LLC.
And that's the LLC that owns the property?
Yes, that LLC, she conveyed ownership of that LLC to her 3 sons, who is the applicants here, her father and 2 uncles. That was conveyed in mid-2014 for no consideration at all, just $1, because at the time, that LLC had no assets, no value whatsoever. And I provided the board with a deed.
I suppose you
On
didn't read the
September
recent
11th.
news about Mr. Trump.
On September 11th, 2014, 24 Bailey Ave LLC acquired the subject property. And subsequently, and again, I provided documentation to provide that, the applicant's father and 2 uncles conveyed their LLC interest in 24 Bailey LLC to Harpreet Singh, who is the sole owner. And that was done for no consideration at all. Their accountant considered that as a gift and for tax purposes treated as such.
And are they are both of those individuals owners of liquor stores?
Yes, my father and my uncle.
Yes,
Hence the no consideration.
that's correct. And that was done on the advice of the accountant as a gift. There was a gift letter included, and
They won't be involved in any kind of decision-making, any kind of employment in the business at all.
so at this stage, we have 24 Bailey LLC as the record owner of the subject property, with Mr. Singh here being the sole member. And 5 Star Wine and Spirits LLC, the applicant here, and again, Mr. Singh is the sole member of that entity.
Where, the liquor store you worked at, the out-the-door liquors, who owns that?
That is my mother's.
How many liquor stores in your family?
Just my dad has one and my mom, and then my uncle, I don't, he has one.
So 4?
My mom has one and my dad has one. That's my direct family. I have a few uncles, but one uncle has one, and then I think his wife has one too.
So 4.
Yeah.
This will be 5.
Well, not in the direct family, but yeah.
I will add that I have a surrender of the membership certificates.
That we don't,
in the
I don't
entities.
think we're worried about that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more questions? You ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
I see some decent increases in 3 stores in the area. We just licensed another store in 2017 and decrease in 1 store. But with the argument that he's going to sell from the local distilleries and the promise to sell New York State products, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
And to add to those reasons, the support from Council Member Richard Fontana and Senator Kennedy, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I'm going to vote to approve also based on both of their grounds. The sales have increased around the area, or the liquor stores surrounding it other than the closest one. I am going to hold them to the offer of 25% New York products. Good luck. And I'm going to give you a short warning because there's now 5 liquor stores in your family. We do check. And because I'm giving you this warning, I will not only take your license, I will take your father's license if we find out that you're playing games up there.
No, definitely not. Thank you.
Commissioner Fan and Commissioner Ford, are you going to impose that 25% restriction on the?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Alrighty then. Next item is 20.
Thank you.
Lackawanna Grove LLC.
Good morning. My name is Michael Reiser. I'm an attorney representing Matt Krupp and Lackawanna Grove LLC.
Go ahead.
Morning. Matthew Krupp, here on behalf of Lackawanna Grove LLC. I'm the proposed corporate change membership applicant.
And we're here to answer questions that you might have about the application.
Well, Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong here. The place with the problem was another location?
His history, you're correct.
Yeah.
It's for the
I just want them to
disapproval.
explain to me. So you had a temp.
Yeah, that was on Park Ave.
It was conditionally approved. The temp ran out. He didn't fulfill the conditions, yet he kept serving without a license. Am I getting that all accurately?
That is what ended up happening. It was a mistake on my behalf interpreting the terminology of temporary. I got the temporary approval.
Well, how do we make them more? How do we make the temporaries more clear because they have expiration dates on them? So explain to me what part you didn't understand.
When I received the conditional approval that outlined that I couldn't reapply for a temporary, I assumed that was because it was approved as long as I made the conditions on the time frame provided. I just didn't understand that when the temporary expired, if I had not completed the conditions of the conditional approval, that the approval meant nothing as far as my ability to continue to serve. It wasn't until I got a letter that outlined that I was going to, that I was taking too long in my conditional approvals and that disapproval was going to be recommended on January 13th of 2017, that we stopped selling immediately.
January 13th,
2017.
Oh, no, 2018. This is this year.
2018.
Oh, yes, 2018, I'm sorry.
So,
And then,
so the temp expires in September and you keep serving through January, half of January.
the conditionals, was until February, and like I made a mistake. I thought that as long as I completed the conditions of the conditional approval by the February date, that I was still approved to continue sale. I didn't realize we were negotiating a lease, and I couldn't come to terms with the landlord on fixing some major issues in the building. And I just did not realize that when the temporary expired, the conditional approval meant nothing as far as my ability to continue the sale of and service of alcohol.
We charged them with that? Margarita?
Yes, I think they got a letter of warning.
No, they got more than that. They got disapproved, so how are we even charging them? But
No,
that's,
generally we don't, if they're operating under a temporary license, that there's no charges. We have done it in the past, but I don't believe it was done on this.
okay.
The history that
All
you
right.
see in your packet is when he was worked as a bartender manager at a different location.
So explain to me, you said you had a conditional
Okay.
until February?
Conditional letter of approval is good for 6 months. So you have 6 months to meet the conditions that we list. The temporary license that he was issued was good for, the first is good for 3 months. It does have an expiration date. It is on the applicant to file extensions every 30 days until such time as he meets the conditions so that we can issue the permanent license.
Got it, okay.
All right, so what's the hours of this place?
4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
7 days a week?
Currently, we're closed on Tuesdays.
So, are you operating now?
No,
Or or Mr. Ortiz is operating it right now?
It's in operation pending the transfer approval from the board.
And he's selling you the tavern for $2,500?
Yes.
Have you started the $500 per month payment?
No. I was under the impression this was a shorter process when we go to the sale agreement. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no, welcome to the world of liquor.
And right now, what kind of food do they serve? It says Hot Pockets here.
We've changed the menu, barbecue stuff now. So mac and cheese, pulled pork, brisket.
So you are operating
sandwiches.
it? So you're operating it or not operating it?
With Mr. Ortiz's approval, I am operating it until the transfer is approved or disapproved.
So you're operating and using his license right now to sell alcohol?
Before we went through the process, I spoke with the legal department here in the Buffalo SLA and was informed that I had to submit a corporate change application and that the bar didn't need to close while the corporate change application was pending.
And what's the music going to be?
We have a jukebox and that's it.
And security, just one guard?
I don't have a security guard.
Well, you have on your application that you're going to have one, so are you planning on having one or not?
If it is a necessity, we are planning to contract with a licensed security provider if that's a necessity of our operation.
So that's one of the conditions, if this corporate change is approved, that he has to sign a statement that he's going to agree to the original method of operation that's on file with the authority.
Okay. All right. Well, read the letters you get a little more carefully from us in the future.
Yes, of
course. I'll vote to approve.
Like, open them up when you get them.
I'm extremely sorry. I've never been more embarrassed.
All right. I'll vote to approve as well, based on those.
I'll vote to approve.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
The next item in Buffalo, 1977 Tarantica Pettigrew.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good morning.
I'm David Dezak, representing Tarantica Pettigrew of Tarantica Pettigrew.
How long has she been open?
She's been operating just, as a restaurant for about 8 months now.
Who is Dart Amusement?
Dart Amusement is one of the largest vending companies around. And, for many licenses, applications, what they do is they advance commissions on the jukebox.
Thank you. Cool.
Look at that way for years.
Is she going to keep the same hours if she gets this liquor license? Because right now it seems she's only open till 8.
She's going to keep the hours of, she'll be closed on Tuesdays. Mondays. She'll be open Tuesday to Sunday. During the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, hours 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 9 p.m. And Sunday, probably from 8 to 8 as well. 10 to 8 as well.
How big is this place?
It's roughly 1,900 square feet, I believe.
No, how many tables?
I don't have the diagram with me.
Well, she knows. Ask your client.
How many tables?
It's about 15.
15.
Is she aware of what happened here
Yes.
in 2006?
Yes, in 2006, and then the prescription expired in 2010.
15 tables?
15 to 20.
Change of diagram.
How about 10? Does that sound closer?
You had a few tables. That diagram is probably 6-8 months old by now.
Plan on sending us a new one?
Yeah, not a problem.
The application says 10 too, just so you know.
Okay.
It's not a problem, it's required.
It's going to end up being a problem for her is the problem. If somebody goes in there and inspects it and we find out that it's not the way it's supposed to be, then she gets fined. So I would
No.
suggest you send a new one in.
Yeah, when I say no problem, means I'll send a new one, it's no problem.
All right.
And she's only going to have recorded music?
Just jukebox, which I believe is on the application.
Yes.
That's why they're vending, yeah.
All right, I have no more questions.
You ready to vote?
Yep.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
I will vote to approve with recorded music only, hours 10 to 10 across the board.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote to approve.
Same conditions?
Same hours, same conditions, yes.
And
I'll vote to
Chairman
approve
Brown.
as well.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you, I'll get that diagram out to you ASAP.
That would be nice, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't have any other items in Buffalo.
There's no other items in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to go to Albany, and the first item in Albany is 2019 Main Street Liquors, Inc.
I am Amanda Steffenhagen, here on behalf of Main Street Liquors, Inc.
Is there any objectors there?
No. No, there's not.
And we didn't receive any. Okay, go ahead.
I have a small grocery store I've had for 14 years. It came with 2 deeds, and recently I have closed off half, and I would like to open a liquor store in the left side.
And where, you have 2 residences. Do you live full-time up there?
Yes. It's literally one's like 8 miles down the road.
So what, do you also live in Albany?
No, I live strictly in Madrid and in Norwood. They're like 8 miles apart.
Oh, the 2 residences are, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have a residence in Townwood Drive, Albany. What's that?
That's not me.
It's on your personal questionnaire.
528 Townwood Drive, Albany is not you?
That is not me.
Well, who filled out the application?
I hired Jim Bingham from Rochester to help me fill out the application.
Did
so
you read
I'm
it?
Yeah, he's emailed me everything. I didn't notice that.
What about 2940 County Route 35? Is that you?
That is my house, and then I have an apartment above the liquor store.
25 Park in Norwood, is that you also?
That is my rental. I don't live there at all. I just rent that.
What's the guy's name?
Jim Bingham.
Jim Bingham from Rochester.
Okay.
So you just threw an address in Albany on there that,
Oh, we used another application, somebody else.
Yeah, I think it must be somebody else's.
What are you gonna sell there?
I would like
Wines,
to offer,
spirits, what's your focus?
I would like to offer a wider selection of New York State wines because the two liquor stores that are 15 miles away and 17 miles away are very select. Like you walk in and they offer maybe a couple kinds of the Thousand Islands Winery, and that's kind of it without traveling to Watertown, Syracuse, or the Adirondacks.
And you're gonna work at
I'm gonna work
both
at-
stores?
No, I hired a manager for my store, and I'm going to commit my time to the liquor store.
Okay. I have no question.
Ready to vote?
yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Adding a liquor element to the convenience store, I see a public convenience as that, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Quite frankly, when I looked at this, I was surprised that there wasn't a store between Waddington and Potsdam. So I think without a doubt that public convenience and advantage would be met by having a store in Madrid, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well. There's, the closest store is over 9 miles away, and the second closest is also 9 miles away, and then I think we're getting into significant distances. So just in that, there's a public convenience and advantage. I'll vote to approve.
Thank you
luck.
very much.
Good luck.
All right, the next item in Albany is 2015 Pass the Basket LLC.
Does she need to change that address?
I've got it on there.
All right.
Good morning, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley. My name is Sean May. I'm representing the applicant here today, Anne-Marie Guglielmo. She's the sole LLC member of the license application. I don't believe there's any opposition
No, there is not.
to the application. So as can be seen by our submissions, Ms. Guglielmo is proposing to open up a truly unique store. Has almost a decade experience in the industry. She's been working, in her experience, she's identified a need for an emerging product in the liquor industry. As can be seen by our submissions, she's going to be concentrating on New York State product, 80% New York State product in her store, as well as organic product, biodynamic product, sustainable products, and vegan products. These are products that are just not available in the local area. And the store itself is going to be unique in that it's going to focus on these products and education as well. As can be seen by the submissions, there'll be a sommelier on premises, both for private, paid consultation as well as walk-in. We're going to offer educational classes, real educational classes, not wine tastings to push product, but education. And she's also been in contact with local restaurants and businesses to offer some kind of cross-promotion with the business as well. Ms. Guglielmo is WSET certified.
Well, I want to get back. She's gonna. What's the 80% going to be of New York products, or 80%?
80% New York products, distilleries.
And what's the other
wineries.
20%? What's the other 20%?
International, both domestic and international products, just other wines and spirits, mostly craft and boutique.
name of a proposed inventory.
And the store you work at now, who owns that?
Lisa Canfield and Gerard Mosier,
And what's your relationship to them?
they are my bosses. I have no
personal.
Proposed inventory.
You see by the highlighted sections on the inventory, these are products, New York products.
New York products that aren't currently available in Saratoga Springs or Saratoga County for that matter.
Saratoga County. Now she's been working diligently to identify products that aren't available, and she's identified a need in the business. It's going to be a truly unique store with what she's got set up. And we believe Saratoga is the perfect location for it. It's international appeal, year-round tourist attraction. It's just a perfect spot for a New York-focused store. We've also submitted some letters of recommendation from local residents, local business owners, manufacturers. The Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce has also recommended licensure.
Which Chamber of Commerce? I'm sorry,
The Saratoga Springs City Chamber of Commerce.
is that in your package here?
The letter yes, the letter is in the package.
Richard Snyder.
It was Richard Snyder, was the author.
Can you tell me none of these stores, all of which are within a half mile, don't sell New York products?
They do sell New York products, but the ones that are highlighted, they do not offer those New York products. Most of the stores that are, well, all of the stores that are within the half mile, they all offer Springbrook products, Lake George Distillery, and maybe a few other, but they don't offer any of the products that are highlighted on the inventory list.
And who owns the liquor store you're working at?
Gerard Mosier and Lisa Canfield.
And who is Robert and Christina Guglielmo?
Those are my parents.
Okay. I have no questions.
So this letter from Richard Snyder, is this personal or on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce? It looks like it's personal.
It's personal because I'm not a member of the chamber yet. I'm waiting to receive my license before I start my chamber membership.
Okay.
Go ahead,
We
Tom.
ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Tom, I'm going to vote to approve. I hope you do sell the products with these 50 or so New York State distilleries and wineries. I see a public convenience in that. Good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I was looking at the stores closest to you, Purdy's, that's over on Congress Street. You guys are on Congress Park. Putnam is right up in the middle of the downtown strip to the north. But all that being said, I see no protest from anyone. You're only going to be 860 square feet of retail, is that correct, what I read?
Correct.
Yeah. And with 80% of New York State products, I'll vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve as well with the commitment to 80% of New York products. I think that's a public convenience and advantage.
Commissioner Ford and Commissioner Fan, you're good with the 80%?
Yes, 80%.
Just got the inventory.
All right.
And I think the Chamber of Commerce is going to be expecting your application right away.
It's already filled out.
All right.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Always looking for new members, yes, thank
All
you.
right, I don't have any other items in Albany.
No other items?
All right, we're going to move back to New York. The next items are 2048 and 2049.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss with the licensee. After negotiating with counsel's office, we came to a with both charges. We have a C&C with a civil penalty of $20,000, and my client is going to sell his restaurant.
Is the buyer still there? Because we already disapproved his application.
We have a totally new buyer. We already have a notice into the community board. I have a corporation set up. We have everything set up to go, and we prepared the application, and we're all ready to go with this new purchaser.
Is it still in safekeeping?
No, he took it back out.
So he's open right now?
He's open right now, yes, and the purchaser is all set to go. It's on, she's
What's all set to go mean? That means we have the application?
Yeah, you don't have the application yet because we have the notice into the community board. This was, we just got the new purchaser recently. I met with her, and I'm preparing the application. It's almost done. We have to wait the requisite time, the 30-day notice, and we're going to, as soon as the notice is up, we're going to put it in, we're going to put the application in. So.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
I'll accept.
Can we, is that coming here anyway?
Thank you very much.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah,
I can
make sure
send
the
it.
application comes here.
Oh,
And I would
absolutely.
suggest she doesn't come with his method of operation, because I would have canceled this.
No, she's going to have different, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Next item is 1989, DBD Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Henry Warakomsky. This is an alteration change to increase the size of the liquor store.
Is anyone here in protest?
Why do you need the basement?
For storage.
Was the basement there?
Huh?
Was the basement there initially?
Was the basement there? Yes.
Was not on the diagrams in the
Would you think they
original.
went and dug it out?
No, I think that it was,
No, I don't
it was a
think-
large omission
I don't think
for
they
letting
were-
me
I
know
don't
there was a
think they were-
basement and stairs
Yeah, I
there.
don't think they were using it then.
So you don't show me the stairs if it's not in use?
Is it connected to the first floor?
Yes.
Through stairs, or you have to walk outside?
Where's the entrance, inside? Yes.
You set to go?
I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve.
All right, thank you.
The next item, 1979, ASA Gas and Store, Inc.
Go ahead.
My name is Patrick DeLuca. I'm here with my client, Mr. Gutierrez. We had filed an application earlier that was disapproved. I have to assume it was disapproved for an accumulative adverse history that is implied.
Not implied.
Well, he only has.
You would be correct.
He only had one sale to minor charges ever, and he's been a clerk since 2005. He was on a license called ARDA as a principal that got 2 violations back in 2011 and 2012. He, as an actual sale, was on September of 2014. Now, he was a manager of a store.
Two stores. And
he
both
was not-
stores were involved in 5 sales to minors while he was managing.
Not while he was on duty.
Oh.
He was not an owner. He was an owner for 2 of them, but he was the manager for the other ones, but not there. We reviewed the bills of particulars. He's not on the premise at the time.
The bills of particular are telling you who the manager is?
Yep, if the manager's there, they usually ask and have that name on there. There's no reference to him at all, and he kind of stands out. The individual on the bill of particulars is they say a 50-year-old gray-haired man that made the sale. And has been a clerk in convenience stores since 2005, if you look at all his personal questionnaires. And Only once did he make a mistake and sell to minors. And that was in 2014. Now, he's responsible while he was the principal of ARDA, but that license wasn't canceled or revoked, and it was also one of the reasons why he divested from that premise. He continued to work there, but he gave the premise to his other partner, which was relicensed as I can't pronounce this, ERIP, but with him not a principal.
Is he willing to get a scanner?
Yeah. You have it already? Do you have, did you have a scanner in your store from years ago? The scanner for your, it scans your driver's licenses. You have that, but get one specific, yeah. Get one that's more.
Yes, he has one, or yes, he will get one?
He has Lotto, so that does scan, but not as effectively. So he'll get another one.
Okay.
I know, but they have kind that does from all over now. We'll get one. All right?
Because if I was vote to approve this, I would make it not questionable that he would have a scanner. That would be conditional.
It's gonna be a condition.
These were two separate locations too. It wasn't like this place was an adverse history in this one location with all this stuff. It was two places.
All right, I have no question.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
With the requirement of a scanner, I will vote to approve.
Same here.
I'll vote to approve as well. A new scanner, not Lotto machine, not a 30-year-old scanner, a new scanner.
Okay. Seems fair.
And you were just granted U.S. citizenship? Congratulations, welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Next item, 1978, Riverhead Spirits, Inc.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Dano. I am here. Here I am. I'm here with Willing Biddle and Jason Lerner, the applicants. There is opposition, so I assume I should step back and wait for the
You'd
opposition.
be correct, thank you. Mr. Lynn.
Good morning, Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent 5 of the closest liquor stores. They include 1698 Route 58 Liquors, Inc. That's the second closest store to the applicant. New Roanoke Plaza Liquors, which is the third closest. C&E Wine and Liquor Corp., Demchank Liquors, Inc., and Ming Chang 69, Inc. Before I begin, I just want to preface something. For some reason, the report shows, and the applicant had marked, that this was a bulletproof store. It's not. It's an open store. I don't know how that mistake was made, but...
Which one?
This store, the applicant's store, is not bulletproof. It's an open store.
Are you helping them?
Yes.
Okay.
Duly noted.
No, I wouldn't go through for, half an hour without stating that, because it happens to be...
It's not going to be half an hour.
Important. We're protesting in regards to public convenience and advantage not being served by licensing this applicant. As far as proximity of stores, Riverhead is a town in the northeast portion of Long Island under zip code 11901. Applicant is seeking a liquor license in the hamlet of Riverhead. The town of Riverhead, the town itself covers a total of 55.2 square miles. The population density is low, and it encompasses itself 9 separate hamlets, and those separate hamlets I included as my Exhibit 1 in my supplemental submission. There are 7 active liquor stores within 3.2 miles of applicant in the hamlet of Riverhead, as shown on my area survey, and the listing of those 7 stores are next here too as Exhibit A, again, on my original submission. Please note the following, that one store is but a stone's throw away from applicant. That's EHP Liquors. Costco is but 0.19 miles from applicant on the same thoroughfare on the adjoining parcel to applicant. And I have a photo that I put in my package that shows exactly that one is right next to the other on the very adjacent parcel. The next store, 1698 Route 58, is about 2,400 feet from applicant. Applicant would be the third store grouped together at this west end of Old Country Road. 5 of the 7 liquor stores are all on Old Country Road, which is also Route 58, the same as the applicant. And there are also 2 stores on East and West Main Street, which are located in the more densely populated eastern portion of Riverhead and on parallel thoroughfares of Old Country Road and Route 58. Besides the 7 liquor stores set forth in my area survey, there are many other liquor stores in the various hamlets of Riverhead and contiguous hamlets servicing this area. At least 11 are listed in the next as Exhibit 3. They include the hamlets of Manorville, Wading River, Jamesport, and the adjacent to the town of Riverhead, which is Eastport. In addition to all these stores, there are 12 farm winery vineyards in the town of Riverhead, within the hamlets of Riverhead itself, Aquabogue, Jamesport, and Calverton. All of these provide tastings, delivery, and internet sales to the public of what has developed to be renowned wines from the North Fork vineyards of New York. I have set forth those in Exhibit 4 of my supplemental submission, which includes another 30 other North Fork vineyards in easy access and short proximity to the Riverhead populace. This area, upon the issue of saturation alone, should be sufficient reason to decline this application. As to gross sales of the 4 closest stores, only Costco has shown a continued increase in sales since June 2014 when it opened. And this Costco store is an independent store. It does not require to be a member, customer member to the store. The second and third closest stores show a decrease in sales from 2016 to 2017. And the 4th closest store to applicant, C&E Wine and Liquor Corp., failed to submit sales figures, I believe because it was just licensed as a transfer on March 31, 2018, just 7 months ago. So I think because it didn't have really any figures, that's why it disregarded the notice from the Liquor Authority.
What do you said the second and third closest show declining sales?
2016 to 2017. Small declines.
What's the third closest? What do you have as the third closest?
The
Roanoke?
we have 1698 and then New Roanoke Plaza Liquors at 1698 Route 58.
I got Roanoke, it's going up consistently. Not significantly, but consistently. But that's all right, go ahead.
Okay. I have right here in front of me 2016 and 2017 that there was a decrease.
So we probably have a typo. What's your number for 17? 2,254,000?
I'll tell you in a second. I just got rid of it. 16 was 2,833,701, and in 17, 2,254,011.
Yeah, we have a typo. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean. Why would it go to 2.8 and 16? I think he has the typo.
As to population statistics, Riverhead, as I said, is a town within Suffolk County, and the hamlet of Riverhead lies within it. Between 2015 and 2016, the population of the hamlet of Riverhead dropped from 14,258 to 13,734, a 3.68% decline. I have that shown as my Exhibit C on my first submission. The population of the town of Riverhead increased from 2010 to 2016 from 27,172 to 30,113. That's less than 3,000 over 6 years on an area of 52.2 square miles. The population figures of both the town of Riverhead and the hamlet of Riverhead are not dispositive of an expanding market to warrant this new store. As far as demographics, there's a plethora of shopping plazas and strip malls in the hamlet of Riverhead. Applicant is not the only liquor store in a strip mall or shopping plaza. There are about 12 to 13 such malls and plazas in the area, and every traffic light intersection, especially along Old Country Road and Route 58, which is evidenced by Exhibit 5, which I annexed to my original submission. All 5 current liquor stores along Route 58, Old Country Road, as well as one on Main Street, are in or within a shopping or strip mall. As far as Walmart is concerned, Walmart is the anchor store for Gateway Plaza, which is the building adjacent from applicant's proposed store. Walmart was previously at the Riverhead Plaza at 739 Old Country Road and moved its operation to open a super Walmart at that location. Walmart had a presence on Old Country Road, Route 58. It's not a new attraction to this community. It can be assumed that many of Walmart's customers make up a substantial customer base of the 7 stores already in the hamlet of Riverhead, with Target, Kmart, BJ's, the Tanger Outlet, all being plazas along Old Country Road with many available liquor stores. It's difficult to argue that another liquor store needed in this area. As far as Gateway Plaza itself, applicant store is situated at Gateway Plaza, which contains the Super Walmart and Bob's Discount Furniture Store. The term gateway appears to be somewhat of an oxymoron. The area of that plaza, other than to the west, you have Long Island Expressway. It's basically underdeveloped land with a small residential presence for more than 6 to 7 miles until one reaches the hamlets of Wading River, Calverton, and Manorville. Even the Long Island Pine Barren Reserve covers a large portion of the west side of Riverhead. The substantial populace of the hamlet of Riverhead is toward the east. The residential homes, shopping plazas, and strips are all serviced by the eastern portion of Riverhead that is the gateway to this area. To direct attention to the west of the hamlet, many of those people coming into Riverhead are from Wading River, Eastport, Manorville, have in their own hamlets at least 3 liquor stores servicing their own areas. It would seem that if any greater demand for liquor was needed at the western end of the hamlet, Costco and Wine Depot fulfill that demand. A 3rd store at the very western end of the hamlet of Riverhead would not appear to add to public convenience and advantage. It's also ironic that, again, the gateway term is used. There's no direct access from the Long Island Expressway to this plaza. You must drive east along Old Country Road, Route 58, for about a quarter of a mile before you can make a U-turn back west to the plaza. In addition, on leaving the plaza, a similar symmetry is required. One must leave the plaza going west for about a quarter of a mile before a barrier break in the crossover back onto eastbound Old Country Road, Route 58. Finally, and importantly, it would be really this application and its approval would be a death knell for Wine Depot if this application would be approved. Wine Depot sales have dropped precipitously since Costco's approval. Another approval of a big discounter just down the road past Costco would be disastrous for that licensee.
Thank you. Is he are you one of his clients?
Yeah, that's
okay. Mr. Dano?
I move I believe I'm about to get assistance. So, first of all, introduce yourself so you're on the record.
My name is Juliana Fiber, I'm an associate.
Okay. So, as Mr. Lynn said, this shopping center is 1/4 mile off the expressway. When you come off the expressway, there is a path that goes right into the Tanger Outlet. And then from the Tanger Outlet, there are 2 four-way stop signs, four-way lights that lead you from the Tanger Outlet into the Walmart shopping center, which is this Gateway Shopping Center. Two of them, one on each side, right? The Tanger Outlet has 9 million visitors annually. The population of Nassau and Suffolk County together is 7.7 million. I should point out that the 9 million may be repeat visitors. I mean, it comes from the Tanger Outlet's financial filings, so I'm not sure that they're individual visitors when I say that. But you're talking about 9 million people that visit the Tanger Outlet, and the Tanger Outlet shares both an in-road and an out-road and two four-way lights into the shopping center. In the shopping center, which we seek to place a package store, there is the second or third largest sales of Applebee, the third largest sales of Applebee sales. That's because Tanger's does not provide adequate food for the people who shop there. So the people who shop at Tanger's, Tanger, I always add an S, please forgive me. People who shop at Tanger go into this shopping center and have lunch at Applebee's, and that's why it's the third largest Applebee's. Besides that, you have this Walmart, which moved into this shopping center. Not just a Walmart, but a super Walmart, as Mr. Lin pointed out. The Walmart brings 2 million visitors per year into that shopping center. So when you're talking about public convenience and advantage, you're talking about 2 million just to the Walmart, plus another 9 million to Tanger's that are coming to this area. And these people are coming, as Mr. Lin pointed out, from the west. They never get to the stores that Mr. Lin talked about, past this. The only store that they might get to on their travels is the store that's next to Costco, if they're Costco members. And this board has repeatedly found that the Costco is a kind of a destination store that brings people in, and another store near it is not a detriment to public convenience and advantage. You've done that 3 or 4 places that I know of.
But Mr. Lin said that Costco is not a members-only place, right?
It is not a members-only place. It is an individually owned store. It's not owned by Costco. But let me say two things.
Costco is a member.
Costco is members only. The members, people who go to the Costco shopping center, the members, then leave and shop at the Costco store. It's a convenience for those members, but you don't have to be a member to shop in the package store. The package store is open to the general public.
Oh, I see.
Okay?
Got it.
But that store is a multi-million-dollar store. We're talking about, as is, by the way, the third closest store is a multi-million-dollar store. So the 2 of the 3 closest stores are multi-million-dollar stores. The one store that is not, the one that Mr. Lin pointed out that has reducing sales, my clients went into that store. Nobody came to them and offered to help them when they were in there. Their problem is that their location is difficult to get to because you have to cross, if you're going east, you have to cross the double-lane highway. There's no light there to get you across into that parking lot. It's a small parking lot. There isn't very much else in that parking lot besides this package store. And the people in the package store do not offer customer service. They just, when my people were in there, they walked around. Nobody asked them if they wanted anything. The clerk was on the phone. There was nobody spoke to them until they walked out of the store. Right? Public convenience and advantage is not to support a particular store or to make sure that a particular store does well. Public convenience advantage is for the public. You're talking about 9 million visitors to this shopping complex, 2 million to the shopping complex alone. These people are coming from the west, and they're not really going to interfere with the other package stores to a great extent. I mean, some people, in the summer, when people are going out to the Hamptons, there'll be some people that would stop for liquor store at these liquor stores. I'm sure I can't say no. On the other hand, most of these people who are going to go to the Hamptons are going to stop at the Walmart to stock up for the summer, or to restock up, right? And it's tremendous public convenience advantage for all of these people to be able to get their goods in the same shopping center where they stop to stock up on their way out to the Hamptons or wherever else on the east or west coast, on the south or north coast that they go to. So we're talking, and past this, this Walmart, there are no superstores to the east until you get to Bridgehampton.
So can you tell us how this store is going to be different than Costco, if it is?
Oh, it's going to be, yes, because Costco, this store is going to be geared toward the kind of shoppers that shop at Tanger and at Walmart, which is a different kind of shopper than the shopper the shoppers that shop at Costco. And as I said, first of all, Costco is completely a destination store, right? And they're not going to lose any business to this store, and when I say any material business, this store, because they're going to be pulling from the people who go to visit Costco, the Costco members. And the Costco stores tend to be stores for people who are going to stock up on larger formats with a smaller number of SKUs. That's what they tend to be. I don't want to speak about this particular Costco store because I haven't visited and I don't know, but that's the tendency of how they address the standard Costco shopper. And by the way, they're not protesting this as far as I know. They're not one of the people that Mr. Lynn.
What's different in the store?
Or in the store, they're going to have 15 to 2,000 SKUs. I don't believe that the Costco has those kind of SKUs. It's a much more bigger varieties of wine. Costco stores do not. They do tastings, but they don't have classes and because it's a small store. This is a larger store. They have room to do classes and larger tastings and things like that. They will be featuring New York wines because the New York wines from the East End, as Mr. Lynn pointed out, are favored wines in this area. But I cannot make a representation to you that the other stores don't carry New York wines. I believe that they do. I don't think that that's the distinction. I think the big distinction here is you're going to have a large number of well-priced products that are addressed to the kind of shoppers that shop at Tanger's and Tanger and at Walmart and who are basically stocking up for either their home bars or for the trips out to the north or south shores for their summers. And this is a tremendous public convenience and advantage. There really can't be any question about it. You look about when you're dealing with 9 million shoppers. I mean, and this is a destination store, and the convenience is for the destination. There is no package store in Tanger itself. By the way, the population of Riverhead has grown from 22,000 in 2000 to 30,000 in 2018, and then from 2010 to 2018 it grew 10%. So we're dealing with a growing area. But more importantly, the growth from a commercial point of view has moved from the east to the west. That's why Walmart moved from where it was to where it is, because there is a recognition that you're dealing with not the people who live in, that Mr. Lynn was talking about, who live in Riverhead or to the east of Riverhead, are going to shop in local stores and stay away from Tanger and Walmart when they can. They'll go to Walmart like everybody goes to Walmart, but they'll stay away from Tanger for the most part. That's not where they usually shop. Some of them do, but that's not the draw. The draw is from the west. And the Walmart has moved here because the draw is from the west. And by the way, I would like to add, in terms of public convenience and advantage, that the shopping center was built by the Lerner family and then joined in with Erstad Biddle. And they own the shopping center and are running the shopping center. So their desire to increase the sales and the convenience for the people in Riverhead is stronger than anybody else in the whole area, because this is where they've made their major investment. They've invested millions of dollars into this shopping center and are putting this package store into this shopping center for the purpose of making the shopping center and the convenience better for the public. I mean, we're talking about a substantial investment into the community.
Who's running the store?
They'll hire a manager to run the store.
And it says it's going to be 38, or a little, or 3,850 square feet. How much of that is the retail part?
Almost all.
Almost all of it.
So to clarify, when you indicated it's a bulletproof store, that was a mistake
I'm
on the
sorry.
application?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Just to clarify, it is not a bulletproof store?
It is not a bulletproof store. If we checked that, then my office did that by accident, and I didn't notice it, and I apologize to everybody. It is not a bulletproof store. It never was intended to be a bulletproof store.
We'll change it.
Apologize to these people behind you because it would have been a much shorter hearing. If it was, I mean.
All right.
I'm ready.
I have a question. Mr. Lynn. EHP Liquors, on this diagram right here, can you point out exactly which building it is? Can you see it from the road, or do you have to pull in by the Costco?
I have the map right here.
Let me see,
Who had it pointed out?
One's right next to the other.
So it's in the same parking lot, just across,
No, it's not the same parking lot.
as Costco, I mean, it's in the same parking.
It's the same as
yeah,
Costco, but
yeah.
you have to leave, you would have to.
Yeah, no, I got that. He thought it was connected.
They're not connected,
Right.
and you can't go from one to the other. You can't drive from one to the other.
Okay.
All right.
We ready to
Well, I
vote?
mean, I'm sorry. You can drive out onto Old Country Road and go from one to the other, but you can't go from one parking lot to the other.
I would just like to point out that Tanger Outlet did have its own liquor store. It was for sale of New York wines, and I believe that license was surrendered about 4 years ago. Interesting, I don't know the exact reason why, but there was one, and it was not successful.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to vote then?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Fan? I actually know those corners intimately well. Shouldn't admit, but I do go to the Tanger outlets and drive out east. I think the protest here is very active because there is convenience, because you're right off the highway, right next to Walmart, and so I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford? I think with the amount of traffic and the amount of people that a Walmart super center attracts, that there's a natural public convenience and advantage. Just like I think for being next to the Costco, there's a natural convenience advantage for the other store for people, especially coming from the east. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
I'm going to vote to deny. There's 7 active licenses within 3.2 miles, and I don't think the sales support it, but good luck.
Thank you very much.
The next item is 1981.
Can we take 2 minutes?
Sure. And we're back on the record. The next item is 1981, JAG Unit 2 LLC.
Morning, Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. This is an application for an OP license, and I believe the reason it's here is that the previous license at the premises had been canceled. I have gone over the previous history of the other premises in preparation for this application. This gentleman went to the Village of Rockville Center, spoke to the mayor, explained exactly what he was doing. Explain what his background is. He owns another restaurant in Patchogue. The town of Rockville, the Village of Rockville Center vetted him completely. They spoke to the mayor out in Patchogue. He has no record with anyone. He runs a very tight ship. It is a restaurant, but it does have other components to it. They were explained to the mayor. The mayor understood what they were. They are listed. I hope you have the letter that I gave the liquor authority from the village mayor.
Yes, are his other restaurants under the same method of operation?
Exactly the same.
DJ, live music, jukebox, karaoke?
Yes. Just so you know, I did go to the area. The Long Island Railroad is just to the north. There's a parking lot to the east. It's an all commercial area. There's no residential presence.
Who's going to run this place?
I have a manager.
Come here.
He was the,
But it's not who you are.
my name is Joseph Alagna. I'm the owner. I hired a manager who was the regional manager of all the Fridays in Nassau County, who now manages my Patchogue location. He will be overseeing all my locations. I bought the rights to roll his franchise out in New York. I'll be opening up 10 locations.
What franchise?
It's Arugas is the name of the franchise. It's a sports bar franchise out of Philadelphia. This is the second one that I'm opening.
Did you say Rugers or Brugers?
Arugas.
Oh, so they're all going to be this franchise.
There's
Okay.
22 currently open. This is the second one that I'm opening in New York.
So your other one is also doing business as Arugas?
Yes,
Okay.
Patchogue, correct.
And who are the other partners? Are they just not active, or?
So there's one other partner, Paul Asberg, he's not active, he's a passive investor, and the other two owners are the managers. They're 5% each.
Okay. And your hours are
It's
12 a.m. Wednesday, 1 a.m. Thursday, and Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m.?
We're open every day. We're open 7 days a
No,
week.
but when you close, it isn't here when you.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
I'm sorry, Sunday through Wednesday till 12. Okay.
We ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Commissioner Fan?
It says 75 employees.
In the Patchogue location, there's 75 part-time employees.
Oh, wow.
Saturday night, we'll have about 28 to 30 employees running at once. It's a large, 7,500 square feet.
In other words, there's turnover. The different shifts.
I understand. With the village support, no dancing, just the bar, sports bar, I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well, same conditions.
I'll vote to approve as well, given the town support and their history, which is all positive. I'm going to give you 2 o'clock across the board, even though, just so there's no issue should he decide to stay open later, as long as they both agree.
Yes.
Yeah, what the heck, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just say I'll be right back.
Next item is 2012 LT Whiskey, Inc.
This was a hearing in which the ALJ did not sustain the charge.
Vote to dismiss.
I vote to dismiss as well.
So do I. Dismiss.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Next item, or items 1963 and 64, Mozzie Nightclub, Inc.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. With me is Lou Migliaccio, who is the owner of the licensee. This was a CNC that was presented by prior counsel at $15,000. There was no appearance at the last board hearing. Initially, Mr. Chairman, I believe you were going to counter a 20, and then you indicated that you would like the licensee here. I have reviewed with him, if I suspect this may be your concern, what changes have been made in the premises, and there have been some significant ones, which if you would like, I can review
Yeah, I
that.
would like to hear. I mean, my bigger concern is that the guards are using pepper spray. I mean,
Well, they've gotten rid of that security company, so.
That's a good idea. That's a
Since
start. What
February
else
of
did
this
they
year,
change?
well, they hired a new security company. We actually had to have the head of that company here if you
No, that's okay.
have questions. They have increased the number of security guards. They now have between 15 and 16 on weekends at the busy periods. They also have a plan to move more of those from the inside to the outside around the closing time because most of the issues have been outside. The inside issues seem to be revolving around the coat check when people are waiting for a long time and maybe they're not so happy and they get into a scuffle. So they've instituted now a paperless coat check. So instead of getting a tag, you can then retrieve your coat on your cell phone, tell them you're coming, they have the coat ready, you don't have to wait, there's no backup, you go, pick up your coat, and you're out the door. They're also opening a separate coat check room to relieve the congestion in the current location.
How big is this place? How many people?
CO is for 1,500.
1,500.
They're
You
also,
have two, you only have 2 coat checks.
Yes, we have.
You might want to open another one.
also 2 of the nearby clubs recently closed that had added a lot of congestion onto the street. In fact, I think one or both of them in the Authority had closed. And they also have a patrol van now that actually goes up and down the street just to monitor the area outside.
The club has a control van.
Yeah, the security.
Yeah, the security company does.
All right.
And I'm told that since the new security company has started in the past number of months, there have not been incidents.
Do we have anything open on this, Margarita, otherwise? Pardon me? What's that mean? We have referrals? How many? Are you aware of them?
No. Is there more police activity? Nothing certain?
And it doesn't mean they're going to be cases, it just, okay. All right, I'll take the 15 because it seems like you're going to be back again.
Thank you.
Go
I'll
with
accept
us.
it as well.
I'll accept.
Renewing it, there's,
Yes, you can renew it, yeah. Unless they're doing a summary, which I assume we would have already heard about.
I'll issue it fast.
Thank you.
All right, next item is a request for reconsideration, 1966 Rose Group Park Avenue LLC.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the beer and wine licensee and the applicant for a class change application. We had filed a class change application. This is a catering facility that you are all very familiar with.
Hold on 1 second. Who are you? From where? Okay. We generally, on a reconsideration, we have to decide whether we're going to reconsider or not first. So, okay, go ahead.
So the basis for the denial was solely on the grounds of the 200-foot rule. There is a church, the Central Presbyterian Church at 593 Park, which is within 200 feet. The information that the authority was given, I think back in July, was that the church operates there and the Geneva School runs a school between from 2.5-year-olds through 8th grade. The letter you were given by the school or by the church, I don't recall who, I think it was from the school, stated that. And based upon that, the conclusion was apparently reached that the building is used exclusively as either a school and a church, and therefore our license application was barred by the 200-foot rule. The fact is that while that was true in July, Geneva School, which is unaffiliated with the church, it is a separate school, it is not part of the church organization. They rent space from the church under a lease. They take an entire floor for their classrooms, and they pay rent to the church. They had moved, as of last month, the beginning of this current school year, the K through 8th grade program out of this building into their west side location. What that has left in this building is use by the Geneva School just for their nursery and pre-K program. That's ages 2.5 through 4 years of age. This is not an incidental use, as I stated. This is under a lease where rent is being paid. And in fact, the C of O for that building says that the space can be used as a nursery school and as a church. So this is not an incidental use. This is a specific legal use set forth on the certificate of occupancy. We are seeking reconsideration because it is settled law, case law, as well as a divisional order of this authority, as well as a number of prior rulings on applications by this board, that a preschool and child care facility, which this is, by law, by definition, the program for 3 years and under is a child care facility. It's not a school. It's not even a nursery school. Is not a school under the 200-foot rule. I have been here, and there have been a number of pronouncements to that effect. Mr. Chairman, I think you
I noticed you
have-
didn't mention the pre-K,
It is pre-K and nursery school.
which is
yes.
now mandated by the state. I have two twins that just went. That's why I know.
Okay. It still
So you're
starts
telling
at
me
2.5
that
years
that's
old.
not a class? That's not school?
It has not been considered a school. Let me
Well,
go through
I
it.
mean, it just became mandated.
Well, even if that's a school, you still have a pre-K program here. You still have a nursery program here starting at age 2.5. It starts with a court ruling, a court decision from the Court of Appeals in a case that has been cited in counsel's memo to the board on this issue, that says that under the 200-foot rule, a school is grammar and elementary school. And grammar and elementary school is defined as K through 8th grade. That has what
Which
has been
that decision
traditionally-
was written prior to pre-K being mandated by the state of New York.
And even if you consider that pre-K, I don't think the age of 2.5 falls within pre-K.
But there is a pre-K class in the building.
There's a pre-K class in the building, and then there is a younger class in the
So you're telling me if a grammar school happens to have a preschool in it, that's no longer a grammar school?
If it's part of that program in the grammar school, I think that would present a different situation.
Well, that's
Here-
what we have here.
No, because the school is completely unrelated to the church, and there is not a
Well,
grammar
it can,
school.
the law doesn't say it has to be related, it says it has to be consistent. And you haven't offered me anything that indicates that this activity is inconsistent with the goals of the church.
I don't think it's a question of being consistent with the goals of the church. This school is not a religious
religious
organization.
school?
It is not a religious organization. If you look, and we cited this in our letter, when they filed with the Department of Education, they did not check the RO religious organization box. They checked the EO education.
I mean, you're more familiar with the school than I am, obviously. Is it based on religious tenets? Does it follow biblical teachings?
It may be, but that doesn't make it a church.
That's not really an answer to my question. Does it follow biblical teachings?
As far as we know, it says that it does. Their material says that it does. But the question is it's not just because they follow religious teachings, that doesn't make it a church.
It also
and
doesn't make
a school.
it also doesn't make it inconsistent with the goals of the church.
I don't think the test is whether or not it's consistent or not. I think with the goals of the church. I think the question is there a use in this building that is other than a church or a school?
And inconsistent with the
That is not the
church.
test, Mr. Bernstein, and you know it.
The test is whether or not the building is used exclusively as a church.
That's not what the Court of Appeals says. The Court of Appeals, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Chairman.
But you will?
Yes, I have a habit of doing that. The Court of Appeals has said is whether or not the primary character of the building is still a church, and whether or not the other uses are incidental to that or take away from that primary character.
And it has been held that other uses that are not part of the church business or typical facilities that we see in a church, for example, Alcoholics Anonymous meetings are typical activities that you may see in a church.
Or
Running an
schools with
unrelated-
religious goals.
Well, that
with religious focus.
But you had a similar application just a few years ago on another application where an OP license was sought. There was a church within 200 feet. There was the children's all-day school. The CADS daycare center and church was part of that facility, and that application was approved by this board.
But that
we
did not-
inquired about that. We inquired about that, and the information that we were given, and this is in a letter that we had given you, says the following. The daycare center is not affiliated with the church in any way, just as ours is not affiliated. As I am sure you are aware, a daycare center preschool is not within the definition of school as historically interpreted by the New York courts and by the State Liquor Authority.
And is that
was
written
just-
from the board?
No, but that
That's
was
written
by
from
the
someone
chief
in our
executive
agency.
officer.
Mr. Bernstein, was
But-
that a...
But hold on a second,
based
let me answer the chairman's
was that
question.
based on being a school
Let
or a
me answer
church?
the chairman's question first. I'm not relying on the letter. I'm relying upon the authorities granting and approving that license with this state of facts.
But
The letter just
we have a
described what
different,
occurred.
you're comparing apples and oranges. You've already acknowledged that there is a pre-K here. Now, as far as what the law says previously, pre-K was not mandated at that time. Now it is mandated. The law does say that we're supposed to seek as an expansive view on this as possible to protect what they tried to protect when they made this law, which was to protect students, young children. Now pre-K is mandated by the state. You would like me not to identify that as a class.
What is the age of pre-K as defined by statute? Because I'm not familiar with that.
I don't know what it's defined by statute, but I know my children had to go at 4.
Well, I think we need to know that, because if 4 is the definition, then fine.
And then you're also telling me that a school that the information I have is religious-based, is inconsistent and not incidental to the uses of the building as a church, and I disagree with you. I don't see how you justify that.
If the pre-K is defined as classes for 4, that doesn't answer the question, because we have 2.5-year-olds and we have 3-year-olds. That would not be considered pre-K. That would be considered daycare by statute. So we're talking about
But see,
daycare
I understand
facility.
your point, but what you're telling me is the only thing that has changed in this situation is that the kindergarten through 8th grade has moved out of the building.
Right.
Prior to that, they were there.
Yes.
The pre-K is still there. And you would like me to say that, and the preschool is still there, which was also there when the kindergarten through 8th was there. So now you would like me to eliminate the fact that there's pre-K there and say that this no longer applies. And I don't see how that is possible.
Because the only use that you have left is not a school.
Pre-K is not school? That's my point I'm making to you.
Pre-K has never been considered a school.
Because it was never mandatory.
But we're not answering the balance of the issue, which is you still have 2.5 and 3-year-olds, which
They were
you're
there
telling me are not
before.
pre-K.
They were there before. Nothing's changed other than we have less kids there. Right? The classroom with the
But how
pre-K
can you
is still...
distinguish this from the other application?
There was no pre-K.
The other application was 6 months to 5 years of age.
Well,
The other
but
school.
they didn't say it was pre-K and it wasn't mandated.
Mr. Bernstein, was there a place of
But you
worship
still
there?
have, yes.
At the
Yes.
other place?
Yes. You still, even if you have the pre-K, you still have the nursery.
I mean,
You can't leave
I
that part
understand.
out.
I understand your arguments. I don't see that anything has changed in my view. I don't know what their view is. And the way I see this is on two fronts. One, I think pre-K is a school, and if that's the only class there, it's a school. And I also think that this use in and of itself is incidental, because I think it's completely consistent with the goals of the church, because it is a religious school from the information I have. And so therefore, on both grounds, I don't think that anything has changed, so I don't see the point in reconsidering.
I think that it is.
I don't know if they may have more questions.
Do you have any questions? Any other questions? Are you ready to vote then?
Do we have, I mean, what authority makes pre-K mandatory? I'm just not familiar
Mr.
with
Bernstein,
that.
I'm asking if the members are ready to vote.
I'm going to deny reconsideration as well. I believe that it still falls within the mission and purpose of the church.
I agree as well. The Geneva School of Manhattan certainly consider itself a school. It's a full-fledged member of the Parents League. It's not a daycare, you know. If you talk to the parents, they would not.
No, and I think for the record, we should point out, which you didn't point out, that the other three, what you're calling daycare is actually classroom. It's actually classes that they're having, because I did look into this. So this is not a playroom where there's monitors. These kids are actually engaged in classroom activities at all levels,
just as the other school at the other church that I.
Well, I don't
was
recall
approved, and I
that
think-
case specifically, but I
think
think
we've
we've established.
I think
Mr.
to have
Hadley,
a
Mr. Bernstein, they've all voted.
I think to have a church with a daycare and pre-K that was approved 4 years ago, and then have a church with a pre-K and a daycare that we're coming to today saying the rule is different and we're denying it, I consider that arbitrary.
I don't think we said it was different. What I said was I don't find this school and this activity inconsistent with the church because it is religious. There clearly is religious goals within this school, which you clearly did not point out in your papers.
We did point that out.
You indicated to me it was non-denominational and unaffiliated.
I said it was Christian. I quoted from their website. I specifically made reference to that in our letter. We did not disclose that fact.
But I mean, that's.
And we attach portions of their website.
And I think that the fact that pre-K now is obviously something that is expected, that brings it into the school realm. But thank you.
Okay, we just request a written decision at the earliest opportunity so we can pursue.
I
those
figured you
comments.
would.
Thank you.
Now, the next item, 1971, 805 Third Avenue Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Morning, Robert Swetnick. It's a matter where the individual applicant was previously approved at a different location. At that point, the landlord would not consent to the assignment of the lease. Therefore, they bought 99% of the stock. That was approved by the authority. They then removed to 805 Third Avenue because they still had a person with 1%. She applied with a new corporation.
So I'm going to stop you there. I'm fine with this. Are you fine with this? Are you guys fine with this?
Yes, I'm fine with
Okay.
this.
Back to licensing.
Thank you.
Yep. Not to cut you short, but, all right.
Next items, 2070 and 2071, 316 Bowery LLC.
Was that one that was pulled?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner
Mr.
Fan.
Bookman.
Hold on
This
just for a
is-
second. Hold on just for a second.
I don't, was that? Oh, did I?
No, he threw it out because I asked him to come in, so it's probably something he should have saved from another hearing. But, here, you can read this. I know what this is.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a this is a CNC that was.
Right, and I don't have a problem with this CNC. I have a problem with, why does this keep happening? What are we doing to fix this?
All right, so a few things. In terms of the noise, first of all, this is Brad Farmery. He has been a 5% member of this restaurant since it opened in 2011, thereabouts, about 7 years ago. We have corporate change applications before you for him to increase his interest and his role in the establishment to about 53% and take on a larger role. Even before that application has been approved, he has been taking on a larger role and doing a few things to turn a new leaf. One of them has to do with creating a relationship with the upstairs neighbor who had previously had several noise complaints. They've heard the concerns. They probably should have addressed them earlier, but Mr. Brad Farmery has heard them. They've removed speakers from the ceiling. We have invoices for you to show that. They have installed sound limiters both on the amplifiers and on the bass system. And they have provided direct phone numbers of all three managers of the establishment to this upstairs neighbor. Since that happened in May of this year, we have not had any complaints from that neighbor. The neighbor has texted the manager twice, and it's been amicable, and whatever issues that were raised.
This is a restaurant, right?
This is a restaurant.
So what's the deal with the food not being available at all hours?
So when the inspector came, it was later in the evening, and there was a more limited menu available. I have advised my client that they can't do that. They have updated their later in the evening menu. I have a copy that I could hand up, which which we submit is consistent with what a restaurant needs to provide, and that's been in place for a few months now.
All right. Do we have anything pending on this?
No, not that I see.
Okay, I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
I'll accept.
Thank you very much.
I have one that works.
Next item is 2002, T&Z Business, Inc.
2002?
2002.
Good afternoon, Chairman's members. Jen Du from Michael Freud Inc. represented T&Z Business Inc. And on my left-hand side, there's Ms. Tang Li, there's a president. Fan Li, Fan Ten, this vice president. Karen Ten is vice president.
I'm sorry, who are they again?
This is president. President.
President.
Right. The licensee applicant.
And the other two are?
They are vice president. They are family.
Vice presidents.
Yes, they are
Okay.
family.
I see.
So this is a recon,
Because they failed
Who's
to
Feng
disclose
Ping?
conviction.
Okay.
so he forgot his DWI conviction?
The case was dismissed, and
So he didn't forget it, he thought we weren't going to find out about it.
after we got the letter, and then we questioned them, they said dismissed. They thought it's like a clear, yeah. But he realized, and we have all the disposition paper here.
All right.
All right.
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay too.
Yeah, we can go back
to
to
licensing?
Back to
Yes,
licensing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next item, 1985, ABMM and Sons, Inc.
Good morning, Neil Trivedi for the applicant. I believe this matter came before the board because it's in the village of New Hempstead.
Correct.
My client could not make it. She got sick last night, and the husband, who's a little bit more familiar with the matter, he's at the store working.
So she's 23, so I'm not giving her a license unless she's here.
Okay, I
Do
understand.
you want to put this over, or do you want me to dismiss, or,
Oh, can we put it up for next 2 weeks again?
1024?
24, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next item, 1993, While We Were Young, LLC.
Just started high school.
He's just out of college, probably going to this place.
Good afternoon,
are
Joseph
you?
Levy, here on behalf of the licensee, Bradford Dunnigan, principal here with me. There is some opposition here. I assume you'd like to hear from them first?
Sure.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I think the resolution from last year speaks for itself. The applicants came before us last week, and there aren't any changes from my understanding to the application, with the exception that that they have been keeping their windows closed. I think that the current manner in which the business is operating now is the appropriate manner in which it should continue to operate, because it seems to have resolved any issues. If you recall the history here, there was quite some history. I believe that you're going to hear from one of the immediate neighbors with some of the issues, but I think that the way the premise is operating now seems to be a nice compromise without the addition of serving alcohol in the sidewalk cafe.
Meaning that they're shutting their windows at what time, 9?
At all times. They're not supposed to.
Oh, they don't open them.
This was the issue from the beginning.
Yeah, no, I
Was the
remember,
yeah, right. I don't want to go over it, but it was the outdoor noise, and it seems that right now, those issues seem to have been resolved. I think with the addition of serving alcohol outside, that will go back to the very beginning of the issues, which we spent a lot of time discussing,
Right,
and I'm not
but
going to go over again.
am I correct that the tables, the city's already granted them the tables outside?
That's correct, but the city has a fairly narrow purview in reviewing this matter, and I think that the the issues that we had going back to the very beginning were the lineup that every single storefront on this block is licensed, including a jazz club, which is immediately next door, which has regular lines out in front of the premises, which exacerbates the situation here, which is something that the authority is, as far as the method of operation, is aware of, but it's not something that's reviewed by the Department of Consumer Affairs. And I think that the issues, I believe some pictures have been submitted in the past to you. I have a picture showing these lines lining up right in front of this premises. This is the whole issue going back to the beginning of why Community Board 2 recommended not approving the liquor license in the first place, was the creation of an outdoor area. If you remember, we discussed window bar establishments that are located immediately next door. These were all the issues at that time, and continue to be. There's no changes in all those circumstances.
What's the name of the jazz bar?
Smalls.
And they have lines outside?
Yeah, I've got a picture here. I did not take these pictures, but
Are they that bad, Mr. Booth?
Disclaiming up front?
Can I show it to you?
Yes.
Sure.
The girl is larger than the table.
This is the establishment.
I know, exactly.
What's the proximity of that one to While We Were Young?
That is it. And the entrance to the club is right there. And that's every night for every show. That's not just.
They're waiting to get in, or as opposed to the doors are shut right now and they're waiting to get in, or that's the line there all night?
It's it grows and contracts.
No, but
through
the
course
question
of
I'm
the
asking,
evening.
are the doors to the jazz club closed? And
I'm
they're-
not sure about when that picture is taken, but those lines on the street are a regular occurrence.
So
through
it's
the course
2
of
in,
the
2
evening.
out, 2 in, 2 out.
That's correct. It's Smalls is small.
Okay. I mean, I would think that can be solved very easily with the phones now.
With
the phones, I don't know why that wouldn't be able to be solved. They just text them, tell them to come.
Smalls is, it's that jazz establishment that operates in that way and has since the inception of its license. I mean, that's part of the character of that particular establishment, is that it's a first come, first served, not, no reservations type thing. I mean, I think that would be a substantial change in their method of operation if they were to change that to be something different.
Okay. And is there any other protest here?
My name is Leslie Clark. I live in the building. I'm also a member of the Tenants Association in the building, and I'm a member of the West Village Residents Association. And I'm here to oppose this because of history of lack of candor and even outright deception by this applicant. I know you know it, but I'm going to repeat it because they're repeating their application, and therefore I think it merits repetition.
Well, since we do know it, can we just stick to how these tables are going to affect your life, if they are?
These tables, right now, when you did the right thing last year and fined them for lying to you and for installing accordion windows after repeatedly saying they would do no such thing, and you fined them and required them to keep them closed. It has done exactly what we wanted from the beginning, which was to keep that.
I understand your anger, but I'm trying to keep you on point. I want to talk about the tables on the sidewalk. We're all aware of what went on. And I wasn't happy about it, you weren't happy about it, but it's certainly in my mind, but we don't need to relive it. So let's focus on the tables outside.
From the very beginning, it has been his intention to have a presence on the street. There is a big difference between selling a sandwich and selling a cocktail on a very narrow street, under the windows of people.
What's the
who live
difference?
there. People that talk a lot louder and make a lot more noise when they're drinking. I know this from living in this area. I've lived in this area for 42 years. I know exactly what happens. When this place opened, with wide open windows as they promised you repeatedly they would not. There were so many complaints about the noise that within 4 months there was an inspector from the SLA there. That's extraordinary.
Well,
Now we're asking, that is extraordinary, to get one within.
unfortunately, it's not.
To get that, for us to get an inspection, I'd say I've waited 4 years for an inspection in my neighborhood. So for you to now allow them to sell liquor under the windows, when we thank you for keeping those windows closed. Selling liquor under those windows is going to make it back into what they wanted from the beginning, which is an open windows bar. The only difference is the open windows are on the street this time. I don't think that they should be rewarded for a history of duplicity by drinking and making a ton of noise on a very narrow street under the windows of long-term
Nobody's
residents.
rewarding anybody. That's not the way this works.
They're getting a license, they're extending a license outside their windows. And I am here to oppose that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
As
go ahead.
as you know, the application before you is for an alteration to add the sidewalk cafe that has already been approved by New York City and has been active and operational for over a year at this point.
How many tables is it?
It's 3 tables, 2 seats at each, and lately, it's only been operating as 2 tables, 2 seats at each, because that's the number of people that want to sit outside when they can't have a drink with their meal. This is a restaurant. We were very honest about the fact that this is a pure restaurant. Bradford, who's the owner-operator, who's there every day, does not let people come in and sit down and just have a drink, because frankly, he needs to serve a meal of food and drinks to make this place work. And that's something that we said up front.
So if somebody comes in and asks for a drink and they tell him he's not going to eat, they throw him out?
They only have 22 seats in the entire place, including the bar seating. So it's a very...
I have 26 total seats. And I have to have people come in and eat for my business store. Like, you have to. You can't just come in and... I don't want people to come in and have a drink and sit for an hour and a half with one drink. I need them to order food. So when people walk in the door, you ask them if they're eating. And normally, if it is busy, 7:30, 7:30, time slotting, we send them away.
So again, we're talking about adding alcohol beverages to the few sidewalk cafe seats outside that have been operating that way for the last year plus. As far as the prior, lying to you guys about our intentions, it's absolutely untrue. As we explained at the disciplinary proceeding, the plan was always to have a fixed facade here. When we found out from Landmarks that that wasn't going to be something that they would approve without, a year plus delay, according to the architect, we had to pivot and keep I
asked her not to discuss here. We're moving past that.
Good enough for me.
It was a violation. Everybody paid their debt to society.
Good enough for me. We appeared before the community board a year ago when we intended to file this original application, which we did a year ago. The license application was disapproved because of the outstanding disciplinaries. Now it's been reactivated. We're back here. We went to the community board again last week. Same stuff. The only thing the community board acknowledged that had changed in the last year was that now the windows are being kept closed all the time like they're supposed to be. The hours of operation here, they close at 11 o'clock during the week, and they're able to stay open as late as 1 o'clock on the weekends, which I don't even think they do. But again, people are out there. They're eating currently. It's been like that for a year with no major issues. We'd like to give people the opportunity to have a drink with their meals outside. This is a block where just about everybody has their windows open most times, if not all the time. His are closed all the time. He would like these few tables outside that, again, have already been issued and approved and as part of his method of operation.
Jackie, you would know this better than me. Well, you have that picture. Aren't there supposed to be stanchions or something up?
Yeah, there should be some delineation.
Are you going to have delineation up if that happens? Because right now there isn't any.
Well, as far as New York City is concerned, without the liquor, they
No, they
specifically
don't care,
want
but
you
if there
to.
was-
If you do, we'll do whatever we need to do.
You said you're going to have shrubbery, so
Yeah, right. Well, you could just put it right now.
Can you only get to the tables by going outside to the tables, or can you get to the tables from the inside of the restaurant? Just trying to picture this.
I don't know if we
I'm looking
can.
at your diagrams here.
Yeah, you just come out through the door to the right. There's 2 tables right now. We're awarded 3 tables, but someone stole one of the tables, so.
Sitting on somebody's outdoor deck. New York. Any questions?
And may I speak about the line really quickly? The
Yes.
Sure.
So they've been there. They're about to come on their 25th anniversary. Smalls. Obviously, they operate quite differently. They're 25 years in business. I talked to them about their lines. Their line does not help my restaurant. Does it stay in front of my
That's
restaurant?
what I was saying,
It doesn't. And I try to get them to move.
Even if you don't have outdoor tables,
Yeah,
right?
and it's not one in, one out. They have seatings. They have a 7:30, a 9:30. I think they have a 12, 11. They have time slots where they have different shows. So all the people go sit, and then a line sometimes forms, and then they come out, and then they seat the next people. They do hand out tickets. I've talked to them about that. Like, I don't like the line as much as they don't like the line. Like, I don't want it in front of my restaurant. It's not the people that patron my restaurant at all. So I don't need it in front of me. They smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke. I don't like it going into the space. Like, I do have a younger restaurant. I get it. It's while we're young. It's not this rowdy place. But people don't like cigarettes. We don't smoke anymore. Like, my generation is not smoking, and it comes.
Are you
in my
saying
restaurant.
mine did?
Yeah, really bad. My mom smokes.
Yeah, kind of.
Don't take it personally.
Oh, now you just compared me to your mom.
We'll withdraw that last statement.
No, I get it. Well, I'll look into that. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? The line? No.
Sure.
Because it has nothing to do with this. That's the only reason. If you'd like to talk to me offline about the line, you're welcome to do that. Give my office a call tomorrow in Albany. But the line is not related to him. It's related to another bar, correct?
Related to what happens on that sidewalk night after night.
No, I get that. But he's complaining about the same thing you are. He just is asking us to do something about it. That's all.
The other place has a liquor license, right?
So are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
This application is why I get paid the big bucks here. I do really, really appreciate that the community does not want this. But given that you've already gotten the Sidewalk Cafe from the city and that I have been there, I actually go there a fair amount. I go to the theater there. I've been there 3 times in the past week, not to check this out, but because I was in the area. It is very, very narrow. But your tables are extremely small right now. And so, like, the people that would choose to sit there are not really going to be the super rowdy type. I mean, it's like, you have to be really skinny. I mean, we were talking about this. You have to be really skinny to sit there. It's like, I think to not license it is just, I think it's just inviting them to do something wrong in the future. And so I'm going to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I think, the lines would be there whether you had customers sitting outside or not. And I think 3 narrow tables are not the problem on that sidewalk. I think the lines are. And I would question who would want to sit out there next to the lines anyway, but that's going to be your problem. But I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to approve as well, but they have to stop using them at 10 o'clock all night. All right?
Across the board.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan, are you good with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I will look into the jazz bar. Margarita,
you
can you
say?
make sure you write
Yes.
that down?
Chairman, what time did you
Just so
finish?
we're like
10 o'clock.
I want to, guys. Can I just ask a question about the 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Does that mean my last seating is not people? Just if I have to move them inside right at 10 o'clock?
No, but it means you can't seat
Seat
anybody
someone
after 10
past 10.
o'clock.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 2022, Alta Cucina 2 LLC. I don't remember. What's the name? Somebody sign in? Small.
And they don't.
2022.
Tom, what's the number?
2022.
Ready? All right. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, everyone. My name is Rosa Ruiz. I'm the representative on behalf of Alta Cucina 2, located at 262 6th Avenue. I know we have opposition here today, so I'm sure
We
you want to hear
do.
from them. Okay?
Yeah, we're going to hear from the opposition, yep. Okay. Thank you. You guys can sit down, because I think he's probably going to go on.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I just got the materials to see everything for this just within the last day or two, and I noticed that there's actually some errors in the submission with respect to the declaratory ruling for the 200-foot rule. In 1970, the building envelope of the school included, in addition to 196 Bleecker Street, 200 to 202 Bleecker Street, and it's not included or mentioned in the declaratory ruling. And as a result of that, the building is actually a corner location, and the premises in 1975, when applied for the original liquor license, would have they would have had to have indicated that the school was located on the corner. And
Not the information we have, is it?
From 75? I didn't.
And in 1970, the school's envelope included both the corner locations with the addresses of 200 to 202 Bleecker Street, as well as 196 Bleecker Street. And in the certificate of occupancy for the corner location was indicated as a school at that time in 1970.
Yeah, but the first time it was on 6th Avenue was 2000.
Right, but that's the school has, since 1970, occupied the corner building on 6th Avenue and Bleecker Street, which was 5 years prior to the inception of the original license. And it's
So you're basically telling us that this declaratory ruling from 2017 was wrong,
it
and I'm
doesn't
assuming you
include.
spoke at that.
No, absolutely not. We're never notified of those. Those are not, don't require any community board notification, and if we were, we would have spoken to it at that time and brought that up. I mean, but with that all said, okay, and this is an interesting point, right? I don't think that the community has, and the community board does not have opposition to the issuance of an on-premise license at this location, provided that they were to follow the recommendations that are outlined in our resolution. And I think.
Well, see, and you and I have
No,
had,
so-
the only issue here that you guys are having, and the only issue really that exists in this, other than what you just brought up, which I have to go check on, is the fact that you don't want 4 a.m. Now, I'm guessing, and I didn't look this up, but Jackie's going to look it up right now, is that I know that guy, Dal Silvano, did not stay open till 4 a.m.
No.
But my guess is his license was 4 a.m.
Well,
And there is a value in that.
But the point that I'm making is that it's possible that that license was issued in error by the authority.
But then I
And the
have no
correction-
discretion.
Well, but the correction, but that's right, and that's what I'm saying, that certainly that matter can be reviewed, and it can
So
be
you're
looked
trying to ask me to deal.
I-
I have no,
I'm not.
if it's
I-
200, if it's within 200 feet, we have no discretion.
That's
So
right,
that's
and
not,
it's-
you can't deal with one and the other at the same time. They're two separate issues.
The only reason that we were looking into that is because of the manner in which the application was brought to us last year.
I don't,
and that's-
why you did it is irrelevant to me.
Okay. So-
But Jackie,
so-
am I right in saying that the restaurant that was there before had a 4 a.m. license?
I'm looking into it, but back then there was no,
Yeah,
just, we wouldn't have limited, the limiting of
Right.
hours
So,
probably happened.
so,
in the
and
past
just by way of history, the license was originally in 1975 for a singular storefront. It was expanded later on to an adjoining storefront, and then subsequently after that, a third storefront was added, which had no connection for patrons to move between those spaces, and was actually operated for many years under a slightly different name with a different food service. So this is a somewhat unique situation that I don't think regularly occurs, that you'd have one license that's covering across 3 different spaces over the course of years with the expansion, where one of those spaces isn't connected for patrons to the other space. And if you, even to the point where when the original license was issued, there was no permission for a kitchen to be in the basement at this location either. That was only done in, I think, in 1998 or 2000, that the kitchen in the basement was actually an allowable use. And the original documents that were submitted for the original restaurant included the kitchen in the basement. So there's a lot of issues surrounding this. And, you know, the main issues that we have, however you want to look at it with all these issues, or that the establishment operate in a similar fashion to the last operator, which is closing at midnight during the week, one on the weekends, Sidewalk Cafe closing at 11 p.m. and operating as a restaurant.
Well, we're going to have to put this over at any rate, but I can tell you right now, if there is not a 200-foot issue, they're getting 4 a.m. Doesn't mean they're going to be open till 4 a.m. The 11 p.m. outside, I'll agree with.
Something that they had already agreed to.
The 11 p.m. outside?
From my understanding,
Okay.
yes.
But we can't do anything until this is investigated by our people.
Gotta look it up.
So, how long is that going to take?
I'm still waiting for the file to download.
No, I mean, as far as we're going to have to look up the 200-foot law issue.
We could put them.
It's just researching the history, right?
That's all.
Right.
Yeah, next calendar's fine.
Yes.
I just want to say that was all addressed.
He's saying it was addressed, but what we wrote is wrong.
No, it's not wrong, because I had actually worked with Mark Faring very closely on this. He had the picture of the school.
Well, I'm not comfortable with it, so I'm.
And if you'd like-
The problem is that the facts as presented through counsel's office said that the school did not get to the corner location until 1997.
Yes.
Those are the facts that the members issued the ruling on. I think Mr. Booth is saying, so the ruling is correct.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay,
The facts may be different.
okay.
And if the facts are different, the ruling is going to change.
I understand, but all of that, of everything that he's bringing up, was given to counsel's office?
But that-
when the
that's not-
declaratory
You're
ruling was
missing the
requested?
point. That was not given to counsel's office, what he just told us today.
It was.
Counsel's
I
office-
disclosed it to
It
counsel's
may
office.
have been, but it wasn't presented to the members.
I have it right here, it was. Everything that was presented to the members is right here. I have the exact, I purposely brought it with me.
He's saying that renovations happened on 1970, which is 5 years before the license went into effect. That put that school on the corner of Bleecker
And
and
the entrance was around the
and
corner. There
Sixth
was-
Avenue.
there
Doesn't
was-
matter where the entrance is.
I
If the
understand.
school's on the corner, it's on both streets.
I understand that.
So that I'm not comfortable with what I heard, so I have to go back and check that,
Okay.
assuming they agree with me.
Yeah, I do too.
Yes.
That needs to be
Hold
clarified.
over to October 24.
So our decision may need to be amended, is what you're saying here?
No.
This isn't correct?
No, you won't have to amend it, because that ruling states, the facts are, that the church didn't go, the school didn't go to the corner until 97.
Okay.
This is a different set of facts.
Okay.
All right,
If
so
there are
10
different set of facts.
1024,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Next item is 19,
That if it is not resolved by the 24th, meaning all the facts aren't here, which may or may not be the case.
It better be resolved.
Okay. Would it be put over to the following meeting?
Yeah. You'll be notified, because you're going to get an email.
okay. 1994, La Cucina Boracco, Inc.,
What's the
1994.
Good afternoon. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Julia Ayala, President of the La Cocina Boricua.
Hi, my name is Frank Palolo. This request before you to amend the method of operation.
Well, to come back in 6 months. And she did.
She waited late.
So I'm okay with it. I'm assuming we have nothing pending on this place?
She waited 10. No, 10. They started June. It's October. Because we applied in June or July.
Nothing.
I'm okay with it as well.
Okay. Vote to approve.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next item is 2020 Havana Hospitality LLC.
My understanding this matter is here because of prior license history at the location. Sure, you want to know what we're going to do differently.
Well, I mean, my bigger concern, not only what you're going to do differently, but he worked at both, not just the place before, correct? But he also worked at the one before that that also had issues.
He's going to address both of those things, Mr. Chairman, if you just give me an opportunity. Or you want to address that first, we'll do that.
Well, they're kind of the same issue, aren't they?
To a certain extent. So I just want to tell you what is going to be done differently here now. I also want him to speak about his experience so you know where else he's worked and that he's never had any problems or gotten any summonses while he worked.
Okay, go ahead.
So, at this location, he is going to have a licensed and bonded security company. They will be here. He will tell you the name of the security company. He also has interviewed managers now that he's gotten closer to the anticipated date of approval. He has a manager for which we are going to submit a personal questionnaire who will work with him to make sure there's a manager or himself there during all hours of operation. They're also going to use an age verification system to be used at a point of sale, not at the door where somebody comes in, but at the point of sale, so it's truly effective and you're not missing somebody who gets in the door. He has work experience. He has never received a summons while he has worked for any violation of the alcoholic beverage control law or any other law while he's there. I can let you speak. I'll let him speak as to what his experience is and his dealings with the prior establishment. I also want to indicate to you that he is living in the area. He's raising his children in the area. This is something he wants to do for himself and his family, so they have a better way of life for themselves. I'll just let him speak briefly as to his experiences there and his other experience within the industry.
Good morning, good afternoon. So I have over 25 years experience, front of house, back of house, from bar back, prep cook, line cook, bartender. You mentioned my work at the previous two ownerships. I did work primarily as a bartender, and while there were issues at both it's the same location, but under different owners, I was never personally at fault. I live in the town. I have two children who are growing up in the town, and trying to make every possible change that I saw needed to be made by the previous owners.
You said, did you ever work as a bartender?
Yes.
'Cause I see quite a few sales to minors on here, repeated sales to minors. I understandably can't hold you accountable for failure to supervise or...
That's a raid.
What's that?
That's a raid. That's the cops going in and getting 10 people in the bar that were underage.
Right, and that's I wasn't working there at that point.
Okay, all right.
I think that
This case, when I was in counsel's office, it was prosecuted by Alexander Obremski, and I recall at that time, it was our information that this location was a draw for minors. It was known to as a place that served to minors. So counsel's office does have a concern that because it is in the same location, they're going to be attracting the same clientele. And it's our understanding that this was going on, this issue existed at this location for an extended period of time, not just the day of the raid. That was our information.
Right.
Where are the minors coming from? Is there a school nearby or something like that, or?
I mean, yeah, there's a few, there's a Rockland Community College, there's a Dominican, there's St. Thomas Aquinas, Nyack College. Nyack College actually wouldn't really be a draw because the students that enroll there, sign a disclosure that they won't drink or smoke. It's a religious school, it's a Christian school. I guess minors could be coming from, the surrounding towns or the town, but my business model is a lot different. It's more food-based, brunch, lunch, dinner, late night dining, catering to workers at the nearby malls. There's a West Nyack Mall and then the Nanuet Mall, the shops at Nanuet. There's a place it's right across the street. It's been open for 20 years, and that's what they've been doing. They stopped serving food at 2:30, so I'd like to serve food until 4, some competitive advantage, and that's it. Do everything. We want to establish right away because of the previous history, 23 and up. People that aren't obviously 23 or older, won't be allowed in.
What's your brother-in-law going to have to do with this place?
Zero involvement whatsoever.
Where is he?
He's
not in the room, is he?
No, he's not here. He's in Jersey somewhere, doing something else, I believe. But he has zero involvement.
See, this happened. In fact, I think you were the attorney on that. The one in Westchester where this nice young woman came in and told me what experience she had and what great plan she had, and then
I learned from my experience, and that's why I had him come in.
So much so that he did it again.
Except this time it's different because last time she showed me no difference. I didn't know about it. You found out about it from the internet.
And that's the point I'm making. I am going to find out.
If there is. Right. But in this case, and I can show you my notes. The next thing we're going to talk about is right down here is his relationship, how he got this lease, which I'll let him explain now.
Go ahead.
Because I think it's extremely relevant to your concern.
So you were talking about my brother-in-law Sean, who was the owner, and he tried to sell the business after he was summarily suspended, I believe was the final, and he had the business listed online. He tried to sell it. He had it with a broker. He still had an open lease. I knew the owner of the building, who unfortunately is recently deceased, George Politis, and he was at my wedding, he was at christenings, and I had established a relationship with him while I was working there. I knew that the lease was available, so I approached him. Actually, I was with my children. He was with his grandchildren. We're at a park, and we were talking about the business being closed and what the potential there, and I said, well, what if I were to come in? Would you be comfortable with me as an owner, a sole owner, an operator? And we went from there. So.
What are you doing now? You haven't done anything since this other place?
So I've been a realtor and an equity trader pretty much for the last, 15 years. So, yeah.
I guess my question is, you were a bartender for 7 years while this place was selling to minors. So why should we have faith? I mean, I'm assuming you received training and the other bartenders received training.
ATAP training, and, yeah.
So, I mean,
Well, you're assuming, first of all, you make a conclusion there that he was there while this was going on as if he had anything to do with it. He was never given a summons, and it's never proved that he was working at any of those times that was happening.
but this
So that's-
location was known as a place, as a draw for
It
minors.
may have been known to you, but as him being behind the bar, he was never given a summons. He was never cited by anybody. He was never spoken to by the police department or anyone else with regard to what was going on there. He did his job, as he did at a bunch of other locations throughout this 25 years experience. And
How was that set up, that they carded as they came in?
the way it used to be, yes, they used to have somebody at the door, they card when they came in. That's why he's doing point of sale right at the point of sale. That's where the age verification system's gonna work.
Okay.
And I do know that when you were operating, you were selling food at that point then. It's not like the problem was you weren't selling food. I think you're a pub, right? You would sell hamburgers and French fries, and you were known for having good hamburgers. So the issue
there's
wasn't that you weren't serving food, it was just that you were selling to minors.
But also.
In addition to that.
The hours of food weren't as extensive. It was a pseudo-celebrity chef menu, I'm not gonna.
You had a celebrity chef in Nyack?
Pseudo-celebrity chef.
Who?
A guy from, Brian Duffy's the guy's name. He was on like, the John Taffer show.
Oh, okay.
One of those guys. But,
What are your hours?
11 a.m. to 4 a.m.
What, every day?
Every day, yeah.
And what's the music? Just, you want to have occasional live music? Is that acoustic or amplified?
Occasional, both. So, acoustic, typically Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and then maybe a live music, band 3 to 5 piece on a Saturday night. DJs for, if there's a party or a specific event.
How big is this place?
It's 3,500 square feet.
28 tables?
Roughly. I've changed it a little bit. I thought a bit of an issue with fights that did happen at the place. There were too many tables in the middle, spread out, so I'm trying to add booths along the wall, so it's all seating, so people aren't bumping into each other.
And you got a private security guard firm and how many guards?
It's E&B Security, fully licensed and bonded. I believe he has 20 people that he employs, but would probably, depending on the night, somewhere between 4 and 6.
What's the capacity again of the place?
So the most recent C of O was 234, I believe.
I'm not comfortable with the 4 a.m. every night.
I can understand that, but
Not with the history of this place.
there are, there's 7 other bars on the same. So really, it's sandwiched in between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars. So it's
That are all open till 4.
all open till 4, and then there's 1, 2, 3 across the street.
How's this not 500 foot? No, if all those bars are nearby.
It was 500.
Oh, it's probably not it's the population.
There's no opposition either to the application from.
No, it's not 500 foot.
No.
No, probably the.
But it's the population of the town.
Population of
Yeah,
Nyack.
all right.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions?
No, I'm good.
All right, so not knowing where they're going to go, I'm going to give them both an option here. I'm going to vote to approve this, but there's going to be 2 caveats. I'm not comfortable. I'm fine with the hours. I'm not comfortable with the DJs. But the other thing I'm going to make you do is, besides a scanner, is meet quarterly with the police department. Because they obviously had big issues with this, and I'm sure they have someone that'll sit down with you and they'll hear whether you're letting underage people in there or not. So then if you end up here, there's not going to be any confusion.
Right.
That'll be on me, yes, certainly.
And that's the only caveat I had. So a scanner and meet with the police department quarterly.
The scanner maybe placates my concerns a little bit about the hours, especially because of the history of this place. But meeting with the police department quarterly, I think that's a good start. So why don't we let that continue for a year, then you can come back and we can see how things are at this point. But I'll vote to approve on those terms as well.
What was your position on the DJ?
No
Chairman, I
DJ.
wasn't, no DJs?
No DJ. And what, security?
He's already committed to that.
You already committed that, okay, all right.
I will vote to approve with those conditions as well.
So now Mr. Flynn is going to go outside and tell you what happened the last time I did something like this.
Mr. Flynn already told him.
And it got ugly.
Mr. Flynn already told him when he first came in, it was one of the first things Mr. Flynn had is the
She put on a good show like you just did.
She
and
fooled both of us.
Yeah, I bit it hook, line, and sinker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good luck.
I'm assuming it's the population, so if it isn't, I'll figure it out.
Next item is 2008, La Paranda Mexicana Bar and Restaurant Company, Inc.
Good afternoon, Brian Solomon for the licensee.
So sustain 1, dismiss 2, and 3, sustain 4, sustain 5, sustain 6, sustain 7, sustain 8, dismiss 9, sustain 10. And I have a question about 3. Why was that dismissed?
Just 1 second, I'm trying to see what number 3 was.
Workman's comp.
According to the decision, I don't have a specific recollection of all the charges and.
Well,
all
what the ALJ said is that
I'm
although
reading it
there
now.
was no workman's comp insurance, she dismissed it, or he, I don't know who it was, dismissed the charge because they said that we would not have denied the license without workman's comp, but that's completely incorrect, isn't it?
But that is correct. Again,
Not
from what I read from the decision was that there was a time period where they closed and they had entered into a settlement with workers' comp itself to.
Well, that's irrelevant. It's whether whether they operated without workman's comp insurance, and the only reason she didn't uphold the charge, she says, is because the conduct doesn't equate to such nature that if known to the authority in its discretion, it would properly deny the issuance of a license or its renewal. Wouldn't we deny on that, Jackie?
Sorry, I was asking.
He's asking me on
Correct,
something
about
else,
something
so I'm sorry.
Said has no.
I'm not even sure what you're asking.
If we
but
had no workman's comp insurance,
that would normally be a condition of approval.
which
They
would
have
mean
to
the license
provide-
would be denied,
well,
if they didn't get it.
If they, yes, for failure to comply, for
It's
not
possible
providing us. So we would not have issued the actual certificate without a policy.
And that is my understanding and experience in having
And
licenses
Tom, do
issued.
we have to present evidence of that?
We get to present evidence that they don't have the workers' comp?
No, that we would deny the license due to that conduct.
I think so.
Again, my understanding would be if you don't present it, you don't pick up your license essentially. The certificate.
The standard is that the licensing board would not approve, or the full board would not approve the license because of that conduct.
So we would need an employee to say that.
Yes, matter of
All
fact,
right.
that was going to be the subject
Well,
of
then that, we
litigation.
charged it wrong. All right, I'll dismiss that charge too. then.
She says the authority.
What are you gonna, I mean, what do you want me to do with this, based on our history and what happened here? What do we,
I'm just trying to see what a fair penalty fine would be.
you don't want to hear what my fair penalty is, so you might want to try to convince me otherwise.
Well, again,
Counsel's office is requesting that the board cancel this license. The precinct has told us that this is a very problematic location for them, and it's a drain on their resources.
again, they have received numerous summonses, which I have appeared for in criminal court on multiple occasions. They walk in.
Irrelevant,
and I understand.
irrelevant. Receiving them is relevant. That fact that they're dismissed is irrelevant. So she's a focal point for police attention. It appears regularly.
And most of the charges are really all essentially the same charge on different, either on.
Yeah, that she can't control her
No,
establishment.
it's not a question, it's noise. It's essentially all noise. And again, they will make whatever efforts
her customers are going to the neighbor's lawn and engaging in sexual conduct.
Again, that has never been proved. Again, that's based upon anonymous 311 complaints. That has never been in any way proven either at the hearing or any other way.
Noise disturbance, music, disorderly.
There's not much I can do here. I'm at cancel and bond.
Disturbance.
I agree with the chairman, cancel and bond.
And dismissing charge number 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Dismiss 2, 3, and 9.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
Okay.
All right.
Next item, 1975, Saxwood Enterprises Corporation.
Hi, good afternoon. Matthew Leone for the applicant. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, all members of the board. Also with me today are the applicant's principals, Bill Haverkamp and John Gallagher. Before we get started, I don't know if you received, there was a letter from the town of Babylon yesterday where they have...
Came in yesterday, we didn't get it.
Okay. Can I hand it up?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the town originally sent in an objection to this application. Bill and John, subsequent to that, met with the agencies and the members of the town. They met with the police department, the fire marshal, the town attorney's office, the supervisor's office, and they've been continuing dialogue with them. And in any event, the town has now indicated that they have no objection to this application for a liquor license. It's an application for an on-premises liquor license. The premises is going to be operated as a gentleman's club. The prior licensee at this location had his license revoked by the authority. Basically, the prior licensee operated from 2011 until December of 2017. At that point, the landlord terminated the lease. The town shut down the business, and then ultimately the liquor license was revoked in April of 2018 after the prior licensee failed to answer disciplinary charges. In any event, Mr. Haverkamp and Mr. Gallagher have no connection in any way to that previous licensee, and they intend to operate the business in a much more professional, safe manner. Bill has extensive experience owning and operating liquor license establishment. He's owned several bar and restaurants in the past. He's most recently worked as the general manager of a gentleman's club out in Bohemia, New York, known as Temptations. And prior to that, he was working also as a manager at another gentleman's club. Mr. Gallagher also has some experience in the bar and restaurant industry. He's a utility line worker by trade, but about 8 or 10 years ago, he obtained a security guard license, and he has worked intermittently on and off as a security guard in bars and clubs. And since the filing of this application, he's worked on occasion with Mr. Haverkamp at Temptations in anticipation of opening the new venture. So in terms of the security plan for this operation, they will have security guards. They'll be Sunday through Wednesday. There will be 2 security guards. One security guard will check ID of all the patrons who are entering, and they will also use a metal detector, a handheld metal detector wand, to check every patron who who is coming into the location. On the weekends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, there will be at least 3 security guards and possibly 4, depending on business or as needed. Again, the security will check the ID of all the patrons entering, and one of the security guards will utilize the handheld metal detector. The ID scanner system that they have will scan the ID, will take all of the data from that, from the identification, whether it's the license or something else. It will scan a picture of the ID, and it will also, the ID scanner.
I mean, you're talking about stuff, like, do you understand what the problems were with the previous place? They weren't underage problems.
No, that's true.
And most strip bars aren't.
That's true. That's true. But they feel that
The problem was they refused to appear and testify. Their failure to supervise. So everything you're talking about doesn't indicate to me they're going to avoid those problems. Purchase from unauthorized sources. Failure to produce books and records. They basically completely ignored the law, the guys that ran this place previously.
That's true, and I'm just trying to point out that, with Bill's prior experience, that's not going to be an issue. The last thing that they want are problems. The last thing, they don't want to operate that way. They want to so I'm just pointing out the security plan is part of their attempt to make sure that initially that at the point of entry that they have control over the place, that people understand that you come in, there's a deterrence factor, that it's a serious.
What are the hours?
So they are looking for from 2 p.m. until 4 a.m. every night.
The prior occupant, prior licensee did not have a public assembly permit, and that was one of the disciplinary charges against them.
Right.
And I guess the town of Babylon is saying that you also don't have a public assembly permit, is that?
Yeah, no, that's not what they're saying. I think there is a public assembly permit after they met with the town officials back in June and discussed everything, discussed their plan, discussed the previous history of this location. The public assembly permit was issued. They have a public assembly permit. The occupancy is for 80 people. The fire marshal inspected the place and gave the okay to open it up. The public assembly license was issued, so that it's not an issue.
Yeah, the town said to deny because no CO exists, and you guys say that there is.
That's a condition.
Yeah, there is a C of O.
They can't get the license without one.
Okay.
So are they waiting to issue that to that the building permit is taken care of?
No,
There's an open permit.
There is an open permit for the interior renovations that are done, but it's not affecting once the interior renovations are complete, fire marshal will come in.
And they'll get the CO.
Re-inspect and okay okay. But I think the C of O that's there is not going to change. It's the interior renovations that.
So you said you guys don't know the prior owners?
Not at all.
I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Fan?
With the town's letter of no objection, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
I'll vote to approve.
Okay.
Good luck.
Hours 2 p.m. to 4 a.m., 7 days a week.
Yes.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
The next item is 1992, Kubith LLC.
I want to take a 5-minute break after this.
What number, Tom?
1992.
Oh, I wonder why I had a Buffalo case out.
All these cases today remind me of years gone by, 1992, 2008. It was a good year. Oh, that was a bad year.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here.
So just to clarify, in our materials, it would reverse to 11th Avenue, which it should be 11th Street. Go ahead.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. I have with me Melanie Shirka, owner and operator and chef of this restaurant. The application before you is for, right.
Okay.
Opposition. Mr. Booth is still here for another Sidewalk Cafe application.
Oh, not this one? You're here for this one, right? Yeah.
Well, it's actually.
It says protest none, though.
It's not a protest necessarily, it's a clarification, if that's right.
Okay, well,
Do you wanna
whatever he
speak
wants to
first, or-
call it, come up.
I'll let him speak first.
So, you may or may not remember that Carter Booth from Community Board 2, the first time we were here,
May not remember you or
the application. How could I there was the members of the community board were pretty adamant that this was a 200-foot case, given the fact that there's a public school that's located on 11th Street. The circumstances are such that you had determined it was not. It's in a corner building. It's not a corner location, but it has doors on both 11th Street and 6th Avenue. The accommodation in the end seemed to be that the 11th Street door, if it wasn't used, no hardware, no nothing, because that was beyond 200 feet, would somehow not be taken into account because it wasn't on the corner location. Subsequent to that, they've applied for a sidewalk cafe, and that door on 11th Street is now being used for the sidewalk cafe. And the argument that that Mr. Levy had put forward to us was that there's now a virtual door within the sidewalk cafe, which there can't actually be a full enclosure because it's an emergency exit. I have pictures to show what the sidewalk cafe looks like now, just for illustration purposes, if I can hand them up.
Did you take these?
Yes, I did take these. That's why they're not very good. That shows the opening, and the whole point was that nobody could enter into the restaurant from that door. But now with the sidewalk cafe, you've got an opening, and it's pretty clear. You can, to anybody, you could just walk in there, and
Right, because service is coming out of the restaurant through that door now to get to the sidewalk cafe,
That's
right?
correct. There's in and out. And, the representation is that all patrons will be going in through the door on 6th Avenue and only coming in and out of the 11th Street. But the nuance of the door hardware is so detailed and is used so frequently that in this case, it's sort of out the door and there's nothing there within the sidewalk cafe. And members of Community Board 2 really, it was discussed at length and really had an issue with this because it seems to sort of go against many of the issues that you guys hear about. And Ms. Shirka is a good operator. And very nice.
The door that is the main door, it's outside of the 200-foot?
No, that's actually a good question. The main door is actually within 200 feet, to my understanding, of the school entrance.
Okay, so.
But it was not considered to be on
not
the
on the
same
corner.
street and block because it's around the corner.
This is a building, another building,
But
which is the corner.
But because now this door is sort of the to use the word from earlier, that the envelope of the storefront is now expanded onto the street, sort of changes the nature of that. And it was something that members of the community board felt strongly about and thought that it was something that we should raise with the authority.
So your concern is that door that was previously unused is now being used just by employees, or that it could be used by customers as well?
No, it is used by customers, but it's used by customers who
Not to
have
exit and enter, just to get onto the deck, just to get onto the sidewalk.
cafe.
But they'll go in and out to use the
Correct,
bathroom.
But there used to be there was a physical door there without any hardware, and now
No, I got it.
the opening's just there, and
All right, can we take, we'll let you go, I just have to take 2 minutes.
record.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, alteration application to add a sidewalk cafe. As Carter mentioned, this is sort of an interesting space where the main entrance is on 6th Avenue, not on the corner. There are additional retail store fronts or doors next to it that are not her space, but it's an L-shaped space. So there is another point of egress on 11th Street. We submitted last time that this should not be a 200-foot rule consideration, considering the space should not be considered to be on 11th, it should be considered on 6th. And obviously we got the on-premise liquor license and she's been in operation and very well received by the community. Before we ever filed a liquor license application, I put this question to the Deputy Commissioner and then CEO O'Brien because there was going to be a strong consideration about applying for a beer and wine license instead of an on-premise liquor license if the authority was going to take the position that adding a sidewalk cafe here would be a problem from a 200-foot rule standpoint. And what we discussed was as long as there was a complete enclosure and patrons could not access the restaurant through this 11th Street side, we would consider that door as we had a service entrance, emergency exit, whatever it is, and it would not be a 200-foot rule issue. To be clear, the way that the sidewalk cafe is set up now and the way that that door is used, every single patron has to go through the main entrance on the avenue side. People cannot enter the restaurant space through the sidewalk cafe space or that door. When people eat outside, they finish their meal and they're ready to leave, they cannot leave through the 11th Street side. They have to go back into the restaurant and out through the avenue. There are signs posted to that effect. People are given tablets to place orders outside that have indications on it to that effect, and all the servers are aware of that. They've been super diligent with operating the space in that way. As the sidewalk cafe has already been issued, there's just no alcohol service on it yet. So again, in our interpretation here, or our impression was that as long as we didn't activate that door as a way for people to walk in and out, that door wouldn't be in question for 200-foot rule purposes, and that's what we've abided by.
Okay. I just got to check something, so I am actually going to put this over till 10:24. You're going to be here anyway, right? So I'm asking to put it over till 10:24 to check into something, and then she does not need to come back. It's if she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
But you do.
I will probably be here anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Next item is 1976, SC Delancey LLC.
There are two applications, I think, that are here. There's a alteration application, and you also have a change in method of operation application before you. There was community opposition to this application. I don't believe there's anybody here from the community here today.
Who is that community board?
Community Board 3.
I know, who is it? Who would be here?
Susan Stetzer usually, or one of the
That's what I thought.
block associations.
So hold on, so you have an alteration, and then you're going to change the method of operation.
Right, there are two things being done here.
And what's the alteration?
Okay.
Let's do that first.
All right, the alteration, this is a hotel. The alteration is to add a cafe on ground floor level that has an entry from within the hotel space and also has entry or exit on a Delancey Street. And then it's also to take the basement space and use the basement space for later hours of operation after the cafe.
Did you say add a cafe on the ground level?
Yes.
The entrance from interior only?
No, it's in the hotel. You
Yeah.
can get in by going in through the hotel.
Right.
But there's also a door on Delancey Street.
And does it have an outdoor seating too?
No, there's no outdoor seating. It's just the restaurant cafe that they're looking to have. And that's.
So why are you calling it a cafe? Is it a restaurant? Is that what
They
we're
called
talking?
it, I didn't go to the community board, but when they described it to the community board, it was described as a restaurant cafe. So that's.
So
the
how
term
many
I
people are we seating?
How many people are seating in the cafe? 53.
Is a door,
With a bar as well? Sit down, or a bar with stools?
Yes, there's
Okay.
small bowls, tables.
What's in that space now?
It was a Verizon store. Yeah, you can come over here. It was a Verizon store, which they've taken the space from the Verizon store to put this in for the hotel as an.
And is there another bar on the first floor of the hotel, or is this the only one?
No, this is the only one in the basement.
Right.
Which you can both get to from inside the.
So what was the community board's protest? That this was unlicensed?
No, because the hotel had a license, so it's difficult. I wasn't at the community board, but in reading their resolution, they were talking a lot about the fact that people were coming in and out of Suffolk Street. Now, Suffolk Street is where the hotel entrance is and where it's always been. The guests of the hotel come in through that way, but it's not like hotel guests are streaming in all at one time.
How many rooms are in this hotel?
132. So that was one of their concerns. But again, anybody from the public that's going to come is going to come in from Delancey, and this is right by where you're taking that entrance into the bridge. I mean, it's right there. So the fact
Nancy, okay, I got it.
yeah, the fact that they say there's going to be any noise is just, I can't imagine how there's going to be noise when you have all that traffic that's literally outside that door right there going to the bridge. But we gave you a sound study anyway. We gave you a soundproofing as to what they're going to do for the soundproofing. And the space that's going to operate later is in the basement, which is really down a long flight of stairs in that basement, which essentially functions as a bunker.
I mean, basically, the basement is a nightclub, right? 4 a.m., DJ night, live music, all that.
It's 4 a.m., there is a DJ there, absolutely. There's going to be food during all hours of operation, and there will be live music there on occasion, yes. That's what they're asking for.
so getting back to this door.
Yes.
To Delancey
Which door?
Street, is
Yes.
that you can enter the cafe from Delancey Street as well?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, and that was done because we didn't want to have a situation where anybody else would be using Suffolk Street. Suffolk Street is a street where a lot of bicycles come down Suffolk Street because that's where they make that turn through the bike lane to go back over the bridge to Brooklyn. So anybody who would be coming into that would come in from Delancey Street. The same with anybody coming in from the public into the basement space would come down the stairs to the basement area. I gave you a map showing all the other places that were around the immediate area of this premise. It was in the submission that we gave to you. And we broke it out. The vast majority of these places are all open till 4 a.m. There were a couple that are open till 2 a.m., some 2 a.m. during the week, and others 4 a.m. on the weekend, I believe were two. And then there were two just flat-out restaurants that close early. So this isn't uncharacteristic for what's right there in that area.
What's the capacity of the basement club / restaurant?
74, right? 74.
And that's going to be 4 a.m., and what's the cafe's restaurant hours?
Cafe was closing at 2 a.m. This is as much an amenity for the hotel. They really, when you come to this hotel.
Come on.
No,
The club is not an amenity.
No,
for a hotel.
you just did the cafe, yes, that's what I was dealing with. The cafe is an amenity to the hotel because when you come into that hotel,
I get
there's
that.
nothing to really eat or drink or anything else.
That
and
I
it
can
needs it.
understand.
Right.
Having stayed in hotels without it, it's a pain.
Right, it's a pain in the neck, right. And then downstairs had previously been a bar that was used anyway by other people that was then at that location. It just wasn't part of the hotel. Now the hotel is taking over everything so they control the whole operation.
And your soundproofing indicated that there'll be no excessive noise coming from the basement.
Mr. Chairman, if you saw the space, if you come to Delancey Street and you come down, the staircase is almost like a double-length staircase going down. It's down, it's platform, another staircase coming down. It is down. Other than that, I can't imagine any noise ever getting out of this place because it is literally in a basement, a Manhattan basement, very thick stone and rock.
Could we suffice to say that the first people that will be disturbed by it would be your guest?
If anybody's disturbed, it would be the guests, but in all honesty, I can't imagine, if you stand on that street at any time with the cars that are going back and forth
Delancey's busy.
to that bridge, and
Right.
you're literally right there where you're coming on to go over that bridge. Like I indicated, Suffolk is where all the bikes come down to make the turn to go over that bridge.
Yep.
I can't imagine how the street noise isn't going to be the loudest thing you hear, because it's constant. That's why we don't even open the windows. Right, right, yes. We also gave you the petitions of the people that were in favor. I didn't get in the resolution where they said there were only 19 residents from the area that signed in favor of this. There are many residents from the area. If you look at all of these addresses that are right in the area, from Attorney Street to Ridge to Stanton, they're all in the area. They're all Community Board 3 addresses that are right there.
So is it fair to say their biggest issue with the cafe is the door?
I don't know. It was hard to read the resolution. They made it sound like everybody was going to come in from Suffolk Street, but that's not going to be the case.
But even so, Suffolk is the door already, right?
Suffolk is the main entrance to the hotel.
That's what I'm saying, so.
It's there existing, yes. I didn't understand the point they were trying to make, and then as a result of that, we didn't put a door there. We put it on Delancey Street just in case anybody coming from foot traffic, which isn't that much, because if you know how that Delancey goes at that point, you can't really walk across Delancey there until you go up to Suffolk because of the way the on-ramp is, or the street goes into the on-ramp. It starts to elevate there.
All right, you guys have any?
No, I'm good.
Ready to vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna vote to approve the First Floor Cafe, but deny the Basement Club. The denial is not personal. I just think that this area has a long history of oversaturation. I used to work for Senator Squadron. This is a troubled spot, and so the community board letter doesn't even mention 4 a.m., so I wonder if they were notified that,
It's in the application.
that they don't mention it, though. So right now, I just don't see public interest in a 4 a.m. club on that block.
Right. Just to clarify that point, you just so you see, the Community Board 3 resolution talks about 4 a.m. Not a resolution, but some of the Community Board 3's the supplemental questionnaire that was in your materials.
Yes.
So
I see this questionnaire, where does it talk about it? Oh, yeah.
yeah,
yep.
supplemental. It's there.
Yeah, I see it.
So 4 a.m. was something that they were aware of, just so we're clear on that point. And while there may be problematic places within the area, this hotel has not been problematic. They haven't been issued any summonses or violations at all.
The cafe was supposed to be the additional bar, correct? Was that
Yes.
how it was set up?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I
Now
understand.
it becomes can it be a standalone license?
But it won't be a standalone license because
you
it's
need the
part of the
basement.
hotel and it's connected through the thing. And the basement, there should be some use of the basement by the operator. It's basement space that's been licensed before.
So, well, she's not saying you can't license it, she's saying the method of operation she's denying.
Well,
Well, then they're two different things because there's a method of op and there's an alteration.
There's an alteration to add the cafe and
Right,
the
she
basement.
granted
And the
that. What
basement.
she's denying is the basement, but she's not denying, I think you were somewhat confused. It's already licensed, right?
but not to them.
No, it's not licensed to us. We're adding the basement, which is licensed by
But
somebody
that's your
else.
method of operation change.
No, it's
Method of
also
operation is different, right, correct. The method,
There's two,
Go ahead, Tom.
so there's an alteration with two parts, the cafe, the basement. There's a method of operation which impacts recorded music in the cafe and then more stuff in the basement. So there's actually
So we
four,
have to clarify your denial.
there's four different things floating around here.
If you want to look at it that way, you have a cafe that wants to be open till 2 a.m. with background music.
Right.
Period. That's the alteration in the method of operation for that. Then you have a basement space, which is already licensed, which wants to operate till 4 a.m. Now, they wanted to have live music and they wanted to have a DJ. If you're looking to cut back on what they can have or when they can have that live music, a DJ, I can see that, but I can't see not allowing the hotel to have use of the space.
But this is a transfer, right?
No, it's not a transfer. This is.
No, when he bought the hotel, what's the alteration in the basement? I'm not following.
The basement was licensed to somebody else.
Correct.
They want now to add the basement to the hotel.
To the hotel license.
Okay, that's the alteration.
Right,
Okay.
so the alteration is the cafe and the basement.
Okay.
And then there's a method of operation to add some
To
music
allow the
upstairs.
basement area to operate till 4 a.m. and have the live music DJ.
And the cafe to have the recorded music and the
Yes.
2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Okay.
So I'm voting again to allow the alteration and the change of method of operation in the cafe on the first floor until 2 a.m. and denying the alteration and change of method of operation for the basement space.
So you're unlicensing a place that was licensed?
No, it's yeah.
Was licensed before they bought it? You can.
I
just
don't
want-
think-
are you-
yeah, that's-
Okay. I'm just wondering, I just want to know, I want to clarify, that's all.
Unless you can get a community board to come with a letter saying that they don't object to it, then I will vote for it for sure.
Commissioner, I just want to understand, object to what portion of it? The fact that we are using a basement that's already being used by somebody else, or that we want the hours?
I don't think the somebody else is relevant here. I think that there are too many operators, so, just because they're selling their space, I just don't necessarily think that means that.
But that's why they're doing this. They're taking everything in-house, so there's one operator, one accountable party. It's all the hotel now, instead of it being.
Yeah, but I think the community would take the position that they're trying to have less of these places. And your proposed method of operation is live music, DJ.
I understand that point, but you realize that if your vote goes through, they can technically leave that other operation there if they wanted to.
I understand that.
Okay? I just want you, because we're just looking to take that over. I don't know why you wouldn't approve it for us to take over that space with limitations on our method of operation, if that's what your vote's going to be.
What limitation would you put on it?
I would restrict anything that we're going to do. I would try and restrict it towards what was it? They would have no live music, and they would simply look to have the DJ on the weekends, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
That's kind of where I was going with this.
So, sorry, no live music, DJ when?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
Yes.
Can you move on the hours?
For during the week, lesser hours, and then on the weekend?
Yes.
We could do 2 a.m. during the week, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the 4 a.m.?
Would you take 2 a.m. across the board?
That's difficult considering that the vast majority out of the 17 or 18 places I outlined in my letter.
I get it, but there's oversaturation. I think the community is trying to lower the number of places, not just. I mean, there's a movement to.
Would you consider 3 a.m. then on Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
So
I agree to 2 a.m. during the week, 3 a.m. on the weekends.
Okay, so change that to a yes. I'll agree to the same terms that Commissioner Fan just did, 2 a.m. through the week, and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 3 a.m. No live music, just DJs, background
on
recorded
those-
music. along those
DJs
lines.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, recorded music the rest of the weekend.
And Commissioner Ford, as far as the cafe, you're good to go with that?
On the cafe too, absolutely, yes. So And I would even say, come back in a year and let's see how things go. If you don't have any complaints, then we can reconsider it again.
Absolutely.
And I would say that all the things that come out of your report, your soundproofing report, needs to be implemented.
That's fine.
All right,
You agree with all that?
yeah, and no lines outside.
Yeah, that's fine. That staircase is long enough to hold anybody, so that's fine.
But I mean, most hotels don't want them in the lobby, they put them outside, no lines outside.
Just so you're aware, it's 74 occupancy in the basement, so this is not going to be like a nightclub. Like, it's 74, and it's a narrower space, so it doesn't lend to the type of operation that you're afraid it might become. And the staircase, like I said, is a double-level staircase, so there's plenty of room to hold people in the staircase if need be, so that's fine.
I
Well,
think,
there's not a fire.
I think what we don't want to hear is the place just, boom, boom, boom.
Right, no, and we
that
don't
kind
want
of
our guests to hear that.
Yeah,
I mean, we'll lose our hotel guests. That's counterproductive.
that was my point
Yeah.
before, of course. Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next item is 2037, A New Sunrise, Inc.
Timothy Allenwick for the applicant. Good afternoon.
I was going right at
They are a hot mess.
So this is a disapproval hearing. I think it was September 10th we did the hearing. I never received a decision. I just saw the case on the calendar.
Want one? 20 what, Tom?
2037.
I don't have it. Oh, there it is.
I'd just like to put it
It
over.
upheld the,
I'm sure.
you can take mine if you want it, but I'm going to accept the findings.
Well, I'd like just a chance to put it over. if we could.
Okay. 1024.
So we'll hold it over, I'll get you a copy.
Okay.
All right?
You're going to do what?
Well, you're going to hold it over, you said, right?
Yeah, you're going to get him a
I'm
copy,
going to get him a copy of the report.
and he doesn't have to take mine.
Tom, can I just take 2 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're back on. Next item is going to be 1974, 1325 CCPJ Corp.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant.
I know.
I'm going to request an adjournment here, and I'll explain why, just briefly. There's been nothing but confusion with this. This is a sidewalk cafe that the community board,
Sidewalk cafes are gonna be the death of me.
well, the community board
I had
keeps
3 of
telling
them
us
today,
that.
every one of them got.
I had no problem sending them to you.
Well, here's the issue. The community board keeps telling us we have to go back to their sidewalk cafe licensing committee, but we already have our sidewalk cafe. It's been approved already by the city for a while. So we keep telling them that, and then we notified them and adjourned them so they could confirm that, and then sent it to them, and they're still insisting that we have to go the other way. So
What's the application? You're trying to enclose what's there?
it's, I don't know if it is enclosed. I think that may be a mistake. It's a sidewalk cafe, a regular outside sidewalk.
Okay, because the alteration is to add an enclosed sidewalk cafe here.
Right.
I'm very confused because the photos don't really show that. I'm not sure how you can enclose that too.
I think it might mean that there's barriers.
Yeah, they're going to put stanchions.
Yes, a traditional enclosed sidewalk cafe is one where the city gave it to them a long time ago. and it's
Right,
actually
with the glass
plastic.
and all that.
Correct.
That's what I'm imagining.
That is, right, that is not this case. This case is just a barriered off regular sidewalk cafe, which has already been approved by the city of New York. I would like to put this over a month so I could make one more attempt at getting to this community board because it's kind of senseless. I mean, this is a relatively straightforward application. It should be approved.
Yes.
About another month from now, it's not
What's-
going to be an issue for another sidewalk
What's
cafe.
what's a month from now, Tom?
November 6th.
November 6th?
Yep.
That's fine. Yeah, this will at least give me time to get there.
Okay.
All right, next items, 2036 and 2038, Dewston Development Corp.
That is a offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
Did they turn back into an arcade?
They went back to their original method of operation.
They were supposed to be an arcade.
Yes, then it's an arcade.
All right, I'll accept.
14,000 accept.
Accept.
2076A, Halftime Bar and Grill Corp.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. This is here before you because one of the applicants applied for a license approximately 9 years ago.
Last one.
They purchased a nightclub. That nightclub operated with a temporary permit. There were problems under the temporary permit. An offer of compromise was submitted, but then they paid, and then the application was denied. Now we're here 9 years later, and they're looking to go into business in a small restaurant that's only 900 square feet. There's no DJ, there's no jukebox, no promoters, no dancing. There's only an iPod as background music with a TV. They have hired a manager, plus both of the principals will be at the establishment, and the hours are Monday through Thursday till midnight, and Friday and Saturday till 1 a.m.
You guys are sisters?
Yes. So this is a completely different animal than 9 years ago. 9 years later, with 9 years' experience, they want to do this restaurant at this location. The hours are relatively innocuous, and again, as I said, none of the things that would make it bespeak of anything other than a restaurant.
So we've notified Town of Hempstead, but we haven't received anything back.
There was no opposition. We received no opposition from them at all.
I think they've kind of.
What are the hours again?
Valley Stream, anyway.
Monday through Thursday till midnight. Sunday to Thursday till midnight, and 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
I'll vote to approve with those hours.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll approve as well.
I'll approve as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next item, 2074, Turtle Bay Tavern Corp.
This is a revised offer of compromise that was submitted to you to resolve the charges in this matter. They're currently closed under a summary suspension and have been for some time.
Give me that number again, Tom.
2074.
Why do they want to surrender? Why can't we just cancel it?
He has licenses all over the country, and in some of those...
He's shutting Turtle Bay down.
Yeah, because, Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you why. You were very clear when I was here before you, when we agreed to implement certain things, that if there was another problem at this location, you were coming after the license to no end. My client does not want that. He has other interests. He's already transferred the lease to somebody else who's going to put a restaurant in there. They've already notified the community board. He simply wants to surrender the license back, pay the fine, so his other establishments in other jurisdictions and deals he has pending aren't adversely affected.
My mid-20s just went up in smoke. I'll accept.
So cancel and bond?
No, surrender and 20,000.
Surrender and 20,000.
I'll accept as well.
I would accept.
Thank you so much. Have a very nice day.
You too.
1990, Vjon Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone. Argelio Rodriguez here for Viejón Inc. I'm here with the principal, Jonathan Flores. This is an application for an on-premise liquor license. My understanding is that the reason why we're here is because the previous license was canceled in November 2017. The summary there was failure to conform due to a DJ twice, unlicensed security twice, sales to minor, and a disorderly premise. With respect to the proposed method of operation, this is a bar that's catering to the gay community in South Brooklyn. It's located in Sheepshead Bay. It's recorded music only, no dancing, no DJ. Its proposed hours are 8 p.m. To 3 a.m. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So, does he know who owned this bar previously?
No.
Can he tell me? Do you know who owned this place before you got involved with it?
No, actually, I don't.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Where did you work before this?
Before this, I actually worked at Waverly Inn and Garden.
Where?
Waverly Inn and Garden. It's a restaurant.
Where's that located?
It's located in 16 Bank Street.
And who owns that?
That's owned by 4 owners, actually. I know one of them. His name is Emil Bardo. But from there on, I don't know the rest of the owners.
What's did you work at
One
Quetzal as well?
Oh, you're talking about Un Quetzal. So Un
How do I
Quetzal.
say that?
Un Quetzal.
And you worked there as well?
Yeah, I actually co-own.
You co-own it with who?
Edwin Peña.
Who owned that before you bought it?
I don't know who owned that one.
Where is that located?
In 7210 Utrecht Avenue.
Is that near this location?
No, it's not.
You know Trung Dang, a man named Trung Dang?
No, not at all.
Would you be surprised if he was the guy who owned the place you're applying for right now previously?
No.
You wouldn't be surprised?
I mean, I don't know him. So.
Well, what if I told you he also owned the other place that you currently own before you bought it?
I mean, I wouldn't really know.
Am I getting that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
So we have approximately 16,000 liquor licenses in the city of New York, and you happen to buy two of the places that one guy owned and you don't know him.
No, I mean, I seriously don't know him.
You don't, never met him.
Never met him.
You guys can continue. I'm voting to deny.
Then how did you come about?
Chairman, if I may, there's no way that he can know Trung Dang.
The problem with him not knowing him is that he's not telling me the truth, and the reason he's not telling me the truth is because of the history of this place, and I believe the guy is involved not only in this one, but he's also involved in the other one.
Chairman, Trung Dang is also a client of mine, and he moved to Texas in 2016 or so.
He owns two businesses from a guy he told me he never met. Doesn't know. I find that hard to believe.
That's the truth.
Then he needs to explain to me how he got him, and I don't think he could. So you have two other commissioners here. I'm voting to deny. I've been here long enough to know when I'm hearing somebody who's not telling me the truth.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe it's just coincidence as well. Something's not right, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to deny. I'm not sure what's going on here.
I think that's the best answer. We aren't sure what's going on, and I don't like voting on things where am not sure.
All right, thank you.
All right. Next item is 2067 Centenario Bar Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley and Commissioners. Ben Sharav, attorney representing Mr. Francisco Castellan, the owner, is here. Of course, this.
So who's going to run his other two restaurants if he's doing this? Can he answer me?
The 2181 Grand Concourse, my wife. And 2319 Hughes, my brother.
Okay. And then the menu that's in here has the wrong address on it. Whose menu is this? Is this the menu? Is this just a mock-up of a menu you're going to use?
I don't have the copy of
Well,
the
I'm
menu.
sure you don't know what the menu looks like anyway, so can he come up here for a second? Wait, what am I looking at?
It's at the first page at the bottom. He has a different address.
Yes. Whose menu is this? See, that's not your address.
That's Western Avenue.
Oh, so it's just, okay, all right. Well, you probably should put the address we have on it, just so you don't get yourself in a mess. Yeah. Or change the address on here, one or the other. Okay, you can go back to the.
What are the hours?
It's been operating from 10 to 11 p.m. If you could get longer hours or on the weekend, they would like something to.
He just needs to tell us what he wants.
Yeah, what do you want?
Right now, I open to 10, 11 p.m.
That's without the
because-
liquor license. Yeah,
Because I don't have it,
So what do you want to be open till?
to 10, probably 3 o'clock, depends. You guys, the city told me.
It's 3 o'clock?
Uh-huh. You think it's possible?
As long as you don't have any music, yeah. You're just going to have background recorded music?
Well, the application is only recorded music.
Right.
Could have a DJ on
You
the
think
weekend.
it's possible?
Well, then we're going to have, then we're getting into something different.
He did not apply for a DJ.
Because you didn't apply for a DJ and your menu doesn't look like it's a.
Now, the menu, all right, so forget the DJ. Okay.
Yeah, keep it as a restaurant.
You seem to be doing all right with the other two restaurants. I would stick to what you're doing good.
Yep. And no objection from Community Board 3 either, so. Which I'm surprised about, but whatever. So the hours, to be clear, during the week, Sunday through Thursday, 10?
No, I mean, it's still,
Open 7 days.
No, he wants to be open late.
Oh, late 7 days, okay.
well, I'm,
11, right now, 10 in the morning
Oh,
to 11 right now.
okay.
When I have the license, probably I close a little late.
it's good till 1 a.m.
What time are your other restaurants open until?
Something, 11 to 12.
Until midnight?
And they're both eating place beers?
Yeah, beer.
Yeah.
And Concourse, I have a license for beer, yeah.
Yeah. And
Taco Ray application last month for,
do you know the landlord here? Is it Francisco Castellan, Medina?
He's, Puerto Real is the landlord, who was the previous owner, but he doesn't.
Oh, I'm
know
sorry, I'm
another
reading the
guy.
wrong thing. He's the landlord.
Puerto Real.
And you know him?
only Lando rent to me, make it.
Because he's the previous licensee, he's not part of this, right?
No. Nothing like, only the relationship I have with him is Lando, and that's it. He make a lease for 15 years, right?
Yes.
That's it, nothing else. No partner, nothing else. Only one owner. me.
But he's giving you the loan to run this, right? Loan from landlord?
He paid, it was $30,000.
30,000,
Yeah.
It's basically a mortgage.
Okay.
I mean, he's not getting anything out of it except the.
Payment, or what is the loan?
It's, you just hold the paper. I mean, that's,
Okay,
they can't get credit. No banks will credit or finance restaurants.
I see.
All right.
With no objection from the community board, no DJ, no dancing, no security guard. Are you gonna have a manager?
Yeah, I have it.
You have a manager.
Yeah, it's listed
Reina
there.
Rosales.
So no DJ, no dancing, no security guard. I think I'd be comfortable with 2 a.m. across the board for now.
2 a.m. huh?
Okay.
I'll approve on the same ground.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
Okey-doke. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next item.
Take care, good luck.
2027 Gray Lady East LLC.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo,
That's who you are.
and I'm tired. You guys must be exhausted.
Are you telling us that, or are you just checking for yourself?
Just looking.
They were just here.
There was a small, I can't remember what it was, small fine. I don't remember the exact charge, but I remember it was.
Oh yeah, the guy left and then came back and through the other door.
Yes, that's right, exactly. The disorderly premises was the charge. This is,
Yeah, and this is a bizarre, what happened here?
on this one in particular,
This is
this is pre-mixing.
2027, right?
This
Gray
is-
Lady, right?
This is Gray Lady. This is a default, although, okay.
No, it's a defaulted hearing, though. What happened? That's unlike you. Were you not part of it?
Yes, I was. I had doctor's appointments that day. I called the attorney a number of times. We never got back to each other, and I found out afterwards, even though I had sent notices and everything else, it was defaulted, which surprised me, but I understand.
The Hearing Bureau claims you didn't send it in the proper format.
Yes. I was told that. Notwithstanding, after the fact, I did put in an offer in compromise. It's,
What is it?
well, 4,500 was what I had suggested. I shouldn't tell you that, sir. You don't have it in front of you.
You shouldn't.
I'm very tired right now.
You shouldn't.
It's like 1,000.
I was feeling
gonna
bad.
go without
I was
much.
feeling bad for you for the doctor's appointments.
I
I'll
mean, I
take
just-
3. Yeah.
And the second charge, the employment.
Sustain all the charges, by the way. It's not a CNC. Sustain all the charges and I'll $3,000.
I'll take 3 as well.
I'll
Commissioner
take
Fan?
3.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good 2 weeks.
2042 Max Restaurant Corp. I have you signed in for Max Restaurant Corp.
Oh, Max, I thought you said Max.
No. No.
Oh, I thought it was.
They
Good
didn't show.
afternoon, members of the authority. I'm here on Max Restaurant Corp. We would like a letter of warning on this. This is a restaurant, he's never had a history with the SLA. It's minor charge.
What is it,
First one.
Tom, 2042?
2042.
I don't know, I have it.
Health regulation.
20 pounds of cooked chicken outside the acceptable temperature range, 5 gallons of cooked bean soup, not cooled.
He corrected all of that.
I'll take the 500.
Can I get a letter, no letter of warning?
I can give you one, not your client.
Commissioner Fan
I would take the 500.
and Commissioner Ford.
People get sick from that chicken.
Yeah, 500, yes.
Okay.
Next item I have is 1967 and 68, PBT Latin Foods LLC.
This Aurelia Tavares for PBT Latin Foods. This was a reconsideration request of a fine imposed of $9,000 issued by the board on July 11th.
Yeah, I'll grant the reconsideration, accept the money.
Same here.
And no chance in reconsidering the money? It's a large fine for a first impression on Jackson,
I
in
don't even,
Jackson
that's not
Heights.
what it was on for. It was just on to reconsider whether we should give them their license back. And that's what we just did.
Okay. I'll take it. Okay, thank you, members of the authority.
I don't have anything else signed in. You ready to move along?
Yes.
Okay.
What happened with, well, I'll talk about it later.
1965.
Nothing on record?
Accept.
I'll accept because of their history.
Yeah, letter of warning.
1969.
Granted to accept the money.
Agreed.
Agreed, granted, yep.
1970.
A bakery can have a liquor license? Did I read
It's a
that correctly?
restaurant and bakery.
Oh, restaurant.
Revoke and bond, location stop. And there actually could be, for the first time I've ever seen it, a double availing going on here.
Yeah, should just-
Availing with the
yeah,
availee.
Agreed.
Agreed, yeah.
We've had that before, Chairman.
1972.
There's been a lot of things I'm sure you've all seen. I'll accept.
Yeah, Lucy Run, is that it?
Yeah.
Less than a year. Yeah, 9,000.
Accept.
1973.
3,000.
3,000, that's what I have.
3,000.
1980.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Council's office is recommending the board cancel this license.
On one charge of failure to conform? We lost everything else.
Yeah, based on their history, Chairman.
Says, we have no testimony attempting to even establish the focal point. I'll let them decide this, because I was a little upset with this hearing myself. Is there anything pending on this guy?
No.
Okay,
Do we have the option to send it back for secondary review, or?
no, no, they were right. The judge was right. We just didn't do a very good hearing.
Commissioner Fan, where are you at?
Given that the charges were not sustained, one more opportunity. I think it's owed. I'll go with 20,000.
You can only go to 10.
Oh, right, one charge, 10,000.
I'll agree with that.
10,000.
You all good with that?
Yes.
Okay. 1982.
You want to hold this over? It didn't show up, or what?
No.
No what?
I'm going to deny this. We cancel their other license for many charges, including availing 2 sales to minor untaxed cigarettes twice. I would, even if she was here, I would deny this. If you guys want it held over, we can hold it over.
No, denied.
Deny.
Thank you.
1983,
From the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you.
3,000. Oh, 19 what?
1983.
Yeah, no, you're
Yeah.
about right, yeah.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1987.
Accept.
Accept.
Did I?
19,
Hang on a second.
I just-
Oh, I'm sorry.
sorry.
1987.
I got that this
Yeah,
morning.
6,000 accept.
Yeah. All right, so now 1988, we got an email this morning withdrawing the application.
Okay, so
Is
toss
this
it.
what I thought it was? They withdrew?
They withdrew.
What does that mean?
So,
They just withdrew the
It
application.
means it better be closed tonight.
1991.
6,500.
Yes, accept.
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 1995.
Accept.
Accept.
10,000 and get a clock.
1996 and 97.
You want proof of a clock?
I'll accept the CNC. He wants medication, but he's not getting it. There's just, if this doesn't stop, somebody's gonna get hurt, so.
I'll accept.
So you're accepting
The CNC, 30-day suspension
and the 15,000. W. Boy, I have to run by and check out this place. Yes, accept.
1998.
I'll accept. Marguerite, do you know why they wouldn't do?
What are you
Oh, I'm
accepting?
sorry, 3,000. Do you know why we wouldn't do the failure to conform charge here?
1998?
Yes. The approved method of operation states that there will be no security at the licensed premise, yet we charge them with unlicensed security guards. But
Yeah.
don't charge them with failure to
We
conform.
could have charged both.
If you look at the
We could-
language
we
of the
could do
charge,
What?
the language of the charge
Which language?
is, we're saying,
Oh, you're saying they wouldn't be security guards?
the language of charge says that the licensee does not conform with the employment of security, government regs on employment of security guards. Yeah, they use the failure to comply as opposed to the failure to conform.
Oh, I see, okay. You couldn't do
This
both?
is- I don't know what.
You can do
I've
both.
charged both.
Okay. All right, all, 3,000.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes.
Commissioner
3,000.
1998, 3,000.
1999.
I'll counter with a letter of warning.
So you're going to accept and reduce to letter of warning.
Yes, he got set up by his in-laws.
Accept and reduce.
Family dispute, eh?
Yep.
It sounds like it's more than that, it's blood war.
2000.
Dismiss.
Dismiss all three.
2001.
3,000.
I got 3,500, why?
20 euro.
Package
Liquor
store.
store.
Oh, liquor store, 3,500.
3,500.
2001, okay. 3,500, yeah.
2003.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2004.
6,000, accept.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
2005.
Accept.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
2006.
Accept, or I'm sorry, counter at 7,500.
For which one? 2005?
2006.
Oh, 2006.
He wants a bargain for getting two sales in a month and a half apart.
7,500.
7,500.
2007.
Sustain 1 and 2, 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
2009.
3,000.
I had on here, why not 6,000? Sale to minor 322.
I don't know why I had cancel.
Oh, you're right. Why did I do 3,000? Yep, 6,000.
2009 should be 6,000.
Yes.
Yep.
6,000.
2011.
10.
10.
Okay, if you want to be that way. 2010.
3,000.
3,000. That's what I have.
3,000, yeah.
2011.
6,500.
There are two cases.
You want to pull the Owen right now?
Yes, 2050.
60, well, I'll just do cancel and bond on both of them.
You want to combine them and do cancellation bond?
Only because of the loose cigarettes. This is their second one, among other things.
Cancel and bond.
So 2011, cancel and bond, as well as
All right, we're just going to combine them into one penalty.
2050. Okay.
All right, now we have 2013.
Accept.
6,500, accept.
Accept.
2014 is being held over until the 24th. 2016. Oh, man, he didn't show up, Chairman.
Who?
The Fire Island guy.
Oh, I wonder why. Denied. I had a lot of questions regarding this method of operation. Nobody's here to answer them.
Thank you.
Denied.
Yeah, 2016.
Denied.
Good with
This is
that?
the place,
And then also, can you email Joe Finelli and ask him to send somebody
You
up?
good with that, Commissioner?
this is one with the National Park Service.
Fire Island,
Yes,
he's not going to be
yeah,
happy.
A big to-do about this.
Yep.
This is out way at the end of Long Island, right?
It appears the liquor store is having restaurant activities within the liquor store.
2017.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2018.
Unless there was a typo, when I indicated there was conflicting information from
What,
the
this?
ALJ. Yeah, I missed a word.
This
On
one-
2018?
On 2018, yeah, the ALJ was indicating.
I have
85
some
for hearing.
questions.
Oh, it's not in the public interest, or it is?
It is not, based on, there was conflicting information provided
Oh.
by their intended.
Yeah, I
Mr.
had
Bob.
questions too. This guy is a Chinese restaurant that he wants to turn into a club. He's not here to answer any of those questions, so I'm denying.
Nothing adverse about his license, no objections, but he should
I'm
be.
going to deny as well.
Deny.
2021.
I had a lot of questions about his history. They've already had DJs and disorderly conducts charges in 2018. Now he wants us to allow him to have a DJ and karaoke. Nobody's here to talk to us about it. I'm going to deny.
Denied.
Deny.
2023.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel.
Cancel for the record.
2024.
Sustain 1 and 2. Cancel and bond.
Why is this taking so long to get here, if this is like from March of
I have
2016?
questions on a lot of those.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, all right.
2025.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2026.
Dismiss 1, sustain 2, 3,000.
3,000.
3,000, that's what I have.
2029, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35.
20,000.
What did they offer?
20,000.
You know, I'm counter at cancel and bond.
When was this place licensed
I'll
originally?
go, unless you guys want to
When
go,
was
but
it
I'll go
licensed?
higher.
In 2009. 9.
Yeah.
But 20's too low.
I'll go 25.
30.
30.
Counter 30.
County 30.
You good with that, Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
All right. I was going to say 12, 35, but 2039.
Accept.
Accept.
3,500.
Yep.
Sensing a pattern here, okay.
Good with that?
Yep.
2040.
Now this, is this a first margarita? This guy got 2 disorderlies in one night. 357 and 440. I'm canceling bond.
Yeah, that's what I had to, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I think we've had that before too, Chairman.
Great.
2041.
I'll accept, but why didn't we charge him with the past approved?
Time, over.
He's supposed to close at 2 and he was open till 4. I'll accept.
750 accept.
Accept.
2043.
What about 42?
We already did that.
Oh, that was
That was-
Tavares,
that
right,
was-
okay. 43, counter 15,000 is too low. This is also old.
15,000.
Yep.
2044 and 45.
Male strippers on Sundays.
You have a problem with that?
This isn't a strip bar, is it?
I don't know.
I do if it's not a strip bar.
It's just not right.
They're working the other days of the week. That's the only day they're available.
Pickup work.
I don't think it's a strip bar.
It's not licensed as a strip bar.
Yeah, this is cancel and bond.
Oh, this is the one. Oh, yeah, this one.
Yeah, counter, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
I have so many questions about this, but we'll just go with cancel and bond.
2046.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2047.
1,500.
1,500.
I had 2,000.
All
1,500.
right, 2,000.
2,000.
2,000 for 2047?
Yep.
You're all good with that? Okay.
Yes.
2051 and 52.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, yes.
All right. 2053.
Accept.
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 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, this is low. All right, cancel and bond, counter, cancel and bond.
You all good with that?
Yes.
All right. 2060.
This, I don't know
I'll
what the hell's
accept.
going on here.
Since 1996, yeah, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
2061.
Counter, 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
2062.
Accept.
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 2063.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
2,000 accept.
63.
Yeah,
Accept,
2,000.
yeah.
That's 64. 2064.
Accept.
6,000.
Accept.
Yep.
2065.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
2066 has been held over till the 24th.
Again?
I spoke to Mr. Bruin. Remember, you warned Mr.
Yeah.
Victor maybe we should give more time, and he refused, or his associate. He contacted me like Monday and said, well, we need more time.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he sent an email.
2068 is also held over to the 24th. 2069 is held over to the 24th. 2073.
Accept.
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 2075.
Cancel.
Cancel for the record.
Yeah, cancel for the record.
Just cancel?
Cancel.
Yep.
Okay. 2076.
6,000.
Accept.
Accept.
All right, I had nothing else. Chairman, you have anything else?
No.
All right, we're
You want these
good,
back?
good to go.